better get the one thing. Well, welcome everybody to the Full Pull Live here. We're in Canton, Ohio, here for the Stark County Fairgrounds Pull and the Charlie Swartz Memorial. My name is Dan Mayer. We are joined this evening by Jeremy Krieger. Jeremy, good to have you here.
Dan, it's a delight to be here. Just excited to be here for another night of championship NTPA pulling on Full Pull Live, as we've discussed in the countdown to pull time, and then again last evening in the preview show, Wednesday in the preview show. We've got some potential point implications. We could crown some champions this weekend in the light super stock and the two-wheel drive class. It's going to be a fun night.
Yeah, absolutely. We were supposed to get rolling here 7 o'clock tonight, and we are 7 minutes early, and we're already pulling trucks here.
Yeah, we've already got one hooked. Of course, the corn burner, Jason, and just made his pass, and kind of waiting to understand if he's going to take that or what we're going to do as far as trackside with our friends at Tech Services. But yeah, we are underway.
Yeah, absolutely. Great field of two-wheel drives here tonight. 26 have signed in here for competition. Jason Sullivan with the corn burner truck, our first truck of the evening out of Edgewood, Iowa. He gets us rolling here. Now, he's our test puller.
Right.
Only one in the class that will have the option to take or turn down this run. Now, we give him that option simply because he hasn't seen anybody else go down the track.
Absolutely, and it also gives our tech services folks some time to watch him and a couple others before they make their decision on a sled setting.
Absolutely. So we'll get the distance in here for Jason Sullivan, see if he was happy with that hook. Now, 6,200-pound two-wheel drive class, very competitive class. Of course, let's talk about the weight. 6,200 pounds,
right.
That is a maximum weight. The only motorsport where weight is an advantage.
For certain, absolutely. 575 cubic inches. A lot of these engines are akin to something you'd see on a top alcohol funny car or a top alcohol dragster in the NHRA ranks. 1471 superchargers on these machines, making big horsepower.
Absolutely. We're talking upwards of 3,000 or more here in this class. So 3,000 horsepower on that small tire makes for a very, very exciting class. As you can see here in our lineup here tonight, they're lined up. They're from all over the United States here tonight. This is the final two hooks for this class here in 2024 on the NTPA Grand National Circuit.
Absolutely, and friends from the Great White North came to play with us again tonight. We got friends from Ontario. Tom LaRue is here. Hannah Shepard is here from New Brunswick. So Canada very well represented as well here tonight at the Charlie Swartz Memorial.
And absolutely all the way down to Texas. We've got the Hunt boys from Texas here. Out east, we talked about the competitors from out east, west, you name it, all points in between. And we got a good competitor coming up here next out of the state of Indiana.
Yeah, the Hoosier State competitor, Mr. Marty Clock, out of Hartford City, Indiana, bringing that old Chevy S10, known as Just Like Clockwork, as he backs in here this evening. Still waiting on a distance for Jason Sullivan in the corn burner, but we will update you as we get a little bit more. But here comes Marty Clock as he backs in.
Yeah, Marty comes to us out of Gaston, Indiana, just northeast of the Indianapolis area. Of course, Indianapolis, the hotbed here this weekend, of course, as far as NHRA goes, with the U.S. Nationals going on over there. And we've got Marty here with the Just Like Clockwork truck, a very strong running S10 machine. Now, you can see every competitor has the option where they want to spot that sled. You can put it anywhere you want between the white lines. And it looks like Marty's going to go a little bit right of center here tonight early on in our two-wheel drive class.
Absolutely. And again, just the number two competitor here, so the track is fresh, still learning a lot here. Well, let's see what the old Just Like Clockwork can do here.
We have a distance
for and right there from Marty Clock and the Just Like Clockwork machine. Dan, things may be looking a little heavy out there on the weight transfer machine. Doesn't look like it really ever got super hooked up.
Yeah, let's talk about the parameters of our track here tonight. Now, it's measured out 350 foot long, 40 feet wide, or as wide as your normal two-lane highway. You'll see the white lines each side of the track. You touch the white line, you're out of bounds, disqualified. So we'll see what the distance comes in. Of course, in the sport of pulling, we measure to the front of that sled. It's not actually the pulling vehicle we measure. It's to the front of that sled. So we'll get the laser crew. Of course, we measure with the laser.
Right.
And here in NTPA pulling, we will measure up to 1,000th of a foot. And we have had used that 1,000 mark here.
On many occasions, yes. And then as the evening goes along, it'll be interesting to see how close they pan out. Usually, the top 10 are usually within a foot or two, no doubt about it. So we'll see what happens here tonight as we await the distance for the Just Like Clockwork machine of Marty Clock.
And of course, once again, we are still unofficial. We haven't heard from trackside. We see Marvin Epperson, and we've got Jim Miller on hand here tonight that did the track here. He's one of our NTPA officials here this weekend, and Marvin Epperson, the competition director. So they're going to make the decision on whether or not that sled setting is going to stick here tonight, or we're going to lighten it up a little bit and let these trucks run out a little bit further.
Absolutely, and I think we'll wait word from them. And but hey, let's talk a little bit about the evening as it goes along. We're not just pulling two-wheelers tonight. We've got light super stock tractors. We've got pro stock classes as well, and then we also have a couple of Region 2 regional classes here at the Charlie Swartz here tonight. We'll have the classic super stocks and the light limited super stocks, so they'll be well represented later on in the evening as well.
And, of course, this is not the only NTPA action going on tonight, as also on Full Pull Live, we will have the event from Wauseon, Ohio, going to be live streamed as well here tonight.
Correct.
And they've got two Grand National classes that they are going to call complete here this weekend, as they've got the mini modified class as well as the four-wheel drives.
Absolutely, and Mark Mangan kind of in the catbird seat, but he will hook last here tonight out in Wauseon, so we'll see how things go there.
All right, so we heard from Tech Services that we are going to make a change with that weight transfer machine. So looks like we're going to lighten that up, Jeremy.
I think it makes sense.
That.
Yeah, I think you see Marty's pass there. He just looked like he was kind of plowing. Never really brought the front up, and it was really the truck didn't seem to want to hook up at all. So good that Marvin recognizes that early in the class. It's better to start it early than it is to kind of pull 6 or 7 or 8 and then start the class over. So we will see Jason Sullivan and Marty Clock back later in the class, but Mason Theobald will now be the test puller with his Wicked machine coming to us out of Shelbyville, Indiana, and he's coming off a great weekend at the National Tractor Pulling Championships.
Absolutely, and at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green a couple weeks ago, had rain for their Saturday afternoon session, so the two-wheel drives basically pulled in one session, and this was the truck that picked up the big win there in Bowling Green at the National Tractor Pulling Championships. As you see young Mason there. Now, the Theobald team, they're split here this weekend.
Right. You've got Mason here with us in the Wicked machine, and then, of course, Mom Renee is in Wasion with the Mini, as is Big Brother as well. So lots of grants over there. So he will be the first hook as he brings it out here under a new fresh sled setting.
So we got Les Corporal over there. He's manning the ship here this weekend. He's going to be the crew chief, the fill-in crew chief. For young Mason here, we see RJ down there, RJ Simon helping out. So that's one thing about pulling. These pullers, this weekend the Theobald team kind of shorthanded, so other competitors will step in, help them out, get that truck staged, weighed in. They'll get it fired up here. We see Les Corporal there squirting the alcohol down, and they'll get that engine fired up, and they'll get ready to roll here tonight.
Absolutely, and crew help is very important when you have a remote start like this, where you have to have somebody manually start and fire these vehicles. You can't do it, with an ignition switch. Oz Hay used to be able to do that back in the day in the old Nitroholic, but he's the only one I ever saw that could fire the vehicle from, and I think Dale Nelson does that now as well. But there are only a few out there who don't rely on manual starters, and so it's very, very helpful to have help, especially when your family is in Wasion 3 hours away. So the pulling community always comes together to make sure our competitors get to do what they do. And here comes a tough runner out of Central Indiana, young Mason Theobald. He will be up next aboard that Wicked machine.
Yeah, in his second full season of competition here on the NTPA Grand National Circuit. Now, though, he comes into this event currently in the number 6 spot, so number 6 spot for him here tonight. And, of course, we will conclude the season tomorrow night. Their final hook of the season. Now, this is hook number 12 out of the 13 for the season here tonight. So these competitors, walking through the pits earlier tonight, you could tell the jitters were there. Everybody was kind of a little bit on edge.
Absolutely.
Normally everybody's kind of, sitting back and kind of relaxing a little bit, and everybody was kind of on that edge here tonight. They were ready to go as soon as they showed up here for this weekend's competition. So Mason Theobald going to get us started here. Our new test puller here as we restart our 6,200-pound super modified two-wheel drive truck class.
And a good fresh sled setting for the young man, the high schooler out of Shelbyville, Indiana. So he bends that throttle over and away we go.
Well, one thing about a Theobald truck, they definitely know how to turn the RPM, that is for sure, as young Mason really got after it there, and you can see that truck hooked very nicely. Saw that front end come up around 12 to 15 inches off the ground there. That's kind of ideally where you want to be. Now, these two-wheel drive trucks, they run the highest hitch in all the sport here of pulling.
So Mason will again have the opportunity to take this pass or turn it down. They're kind of talking things over down there. Mr. Corporal and Mason kind of coming together with a plan. Tech Services is in there as well. So we'll wait and see what Mason decides to do, if he takes this pass or if he turns it down.
Yeah, definitely a big decision down here. Is 26 vehicles in a class. You can take the hook, or you can drop, come back right away, or you can drop 6 positions, or you can come back last in the class. So that's the options as far as it goes for the test puller in our classes. And it looks like he is going to take that hook. So we are officially underway. and it looks like a distance of 324 possibly here. We'll wait and see officially. So 324.00 to get us started here tonight.
Well, he's going to be happy with that. You know, out past 320 to get us started, and that truck is very, very competitive. So he's going to set the mark here with the Wicked machine as we get ready for our next competitor coming to us out of Shelbyville, Kentucky, down in my neck of the woods. This will be the Dirty Deeds machine of Seaver Perry as he comes up next.
Yeah, Seaver, one of the guys running here on the Grand National Circuit here as a rookie. Has kind of dabbled in the past here on the Grand National Circuit from time to time, but this year has decided to go for it and run for the points here this summer. And boy, it has been a summer where we have had the most competitors running for that Grand National Points Championship out there, as it's just been about 30 trucks every night out here for this class.
So the young man comes to us out of Kentucky, in the Bluegrass State. I see him on the road, pulls a little bit with TNT as well as the NTPA. He's been to the Farm Machinery Show a time or two, so he's not new to the game. And, of course, this truck, the Dirty D's machine, beautiful, beautiful truck as he backs in here tonight to take his turn. So 324 is our first score distance, and Mason Theobald currently showing the way.
Yeah, first truck down was that 1923 Bucket T. Now we've got a 1934 Ford here for young Seaver as he backs in, and looks like they're going to use that right of center spot on the track early on in this class. That's where they've been running here, and we'll see them move, no doubt, here as this class moves along here. Track conditions look really good out there. Track crew's been out there all afternoon long working this track, adding the water to it. And it looks like it's going to be a real consistent track here tonight for these competitors. All right, truck kind of hooked really hard to that left-hand side of the track. You saw from that straight-on shot there, the truck right around that right around that 200-foot mark or so, really started to pull off to the left-hand side here.
And Seaver went to the brakes immediately. You could kind of tell, sort of lost that momentum, but it hooked up well through the middle part of the track, but it just, to your point, Dan, took him hard to the left. And he's got those new Mayhill, white letter giant pullers, kind of reminiscent of the old days. Kind of a really cool look for that machine as he comes out here. Now,
yeah, absolutely. And we talk about, the tire game. The tire game in all the classes of pulling here, and the last couple years, the two-wheel drive class has been one of those that's really been affected by tires. And we'll wait and see here what the distance is here for Seaver Perry with the Dirty Deeds truck at 328.99. So going to have a new leader here, 328.99.
Well, that's impressive given the fact that he had to work the brakes over there to keep it from going out of bounds. And you can see his tracks there before they kind of plow him back over. But you can see that weight transfer machine brought it painfully close to that line down here on the big end.
It'd be really interesting to see if he touched the brake at all, because that the pullers will tell you, you touch that brake, it'll cost you in your distance. And of course, if Seaver just kind of let it drift, I'd like to see on the replay there if we had a straight on shot to see just how close he did come to that left-hand line. But nonetheless, took the lead here with a great run of 328.99. And move Mason Theobald back to the number 2 spot here at 324. Even early on in our class of 26 here on Full Pull Live. Once again, we are here at the Stark County Fairgrounds here, the Charlie Swartz Memorial here in Canton, Ohio. We're glad you fans have decided to spend a beautiful Friday night with us, as we have got a full grandstand out there, and we've got one of our Canadian trucks coming up here next.
Absolutely. So this will be the machine of Sean Timbers coming to us out of Uxbridge, Ontario, Canada. This will be the Diamonds and Dirt entry. Of course, this is, Team United, Tom LaRue's team. Of course, this is his son-in-law doing the driving tonight.
Yep, this is daughter Mackenzie's husband.
Right, and they have a young lady with them, a little baby that they are toting around the fairground. I got to meet her a little bit earlier tonight. She is absolutely wonderful and fun to be around, and talked to Mackenzie a little bit. She said she hasn't driven one of these things in 7 years, and she just decided she was done. So let the hubs crawl in here tonight. So Diamonds and Dirt making his way back in here for Maple Leaf Mulch and Shell Rotella out of the Great White North of Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, Uxbridge, Ontario, just northeast of the Toronto area. And, of course, we saw father-in-law Tom LaRue. He stuck his head in there as he backed him in here to the weight transfer machine, gave him a couple last-minute words of advice here before he turns it loose here tonight. Of course, the Diamonds and Dirt, Mackenzie did run for so many years. And we saw Sean over at the National Tractor Pulling Championships behind the wheel of this truck. So let's see what he's got for us here tonight.
Well, a lot of frame flex there with the front end. Just never seemed to want to come up on the old Diamonds and Dirt here tonight. But Sean gets it down there, no doubt about it. We'll mark the distance for you and let you know kind of where he ended up. Coming to us out of Ontario, Canada, the Diamonds and Dirt here tonight.
Yeah, so as we'll see on the replay, this truck here, a little bit heavy on the nose. We talked about you want to have that perfect weight transfer on the truck. Get that front end up around 12, 15 inches off the ground. And this one here, that's the game you play. Where do you put they all weigh 6,200 pounds. The big question is, where do you put that weight? So we get a distance here of 325.88, 325.88. And right now, that'll be good enough for the number 2 spot here for Sean Timbers. So 325.88 will move Mason Theobald, our winner here in Canton in 2023. We'll move him back to the number 3 spot.
Seaver Perry continuing to show the way so far at 328 and 99. Sean Timbers into the number 2 spot now at 325 and 88. And Mason Theobald currently number 3, 324 even.
As we see our track crew out there right now working that track, and they're going to do their best all evening long to try to keep this track as even and consistent for all competitors out there. As we see our finish line flagman Wayne Butts out of Cuba, New York, working the track here tonight. Good to see Wayne back out on the NTPA circuit. A longtime official, goes back into the 80s, and good to see him back out here on the track.
Well, and again, fans, if you weren't with us during the countdown to pull time, of course, tonight's pull is named in memory of Charlie Swartz, who was the fair board director of the Stark County Fair for many, many years, starting from this pull's inception back in 1964, and brought it all the way. He was the president of the club for about 55 years or so, and when they decided to have a grand national event here at the Stark County Fair last year, they decided to name it in his honor. So tonight is the Charlie Swartz Memorial. This is night number 1. We are just getting started with our flight of 6,200-pound super modified two-wheelers. We got 25 of them answering the call here tonight, and here comes a tough runner out of Lower City, Ohio.
Yeah, Kelly Nichols going to be piloting her One Fine Edge truck here. Lower City, Ohio, just east of the Columbus area, not too far here from Canton. As we see husband Russ going to back her in here. Russ, one of the guys that he's a track reader, that gentleman right there. You watch him from the when the inception of when they start working on the track to when they're pulling. He is watching that track all evening long. And we saw him here this afternoon. He was out there poking the track, checking it out, seeing how it was laying in.
And a former national champion in his own right, tough runner, and we'll see him out a little bit later in his own machine. But wife Kelly going to take her turn here for this One Fine Edge Ford out of Lower City, Ohio. Our mark to beat continues to be 328 and 99.
Yeah, good looking 2023 Ford Ranger body on this one.
And again, that signature green that the Nichols family really, really likes a whole lot. They are big fans of this color. And a good run. She brought it out, walked it out a little bit later than the others have before they kind of came with the throttle. She decided to be a little bit more sluggish with the throttle out of the gate, and it might have paid off for her. Good strong run here.
Yeah, we'll be able to see that on the replay there. Just watch those butterflies on the injector hat here of the top of that supercharger as Kelly pulls away here.
So she needed better than 328 and 99 to take the number 1 spot. We'll get the distance for you here. But a good run for Kelly Nichols out of the Buckeye State.
So, yeah, looks like we are going to have a new leader here, 330.83 for Kelly Nichols here tonight as she lays down an excellent run here early in our class. Now, as we take a look at our lineup, so Kelly comes out in hook number position, looks like number 4 here tonight. Now, husband is going to be out a little bit later on. He'll be out there around hook number 21. So Russ will be out around hook 21 here tonight in our two-wheel drive class. And let's talk about that. By the luck of the draw, so when you register for a class, you pick a number out of the hat, lowest number goes first, so on and so forth. Sometimes an early number helps you. Sometimes a late number will help you. Now we're in, Labor Day weekend, so the sun's starting to, set a little bit earlier. So no doubt we are going to have the sun set before this class is complete.
Certain, and a lot of moisture in the track. As it pulls out, the track could get better or it could get worse. So One Fine Edge currently in the lead at 330 and 83. Seaver Perry in the number 2 spot, 328 and 99. Diamonds and Dirt and Sean Timbers, number 3 currently at 325 and 88. And Mason Theobald in the number 4 position at 324 even.
So as you can see up on our leaderboard, some of the heavy hitters that are coming up here, and looks like we should have the Cornberger, one of our test pullers, coming on back.
Well, it looks to me like it could be the Taz machine. Looks like we're going to go to Texas first, and then we'll bring Sullivan out here in a minute. But this is going to be John Hunt coming to us out of Leonard, Texas. And Dan, I got to tell you, the elder statesman in me, the nostalgic in me, is a big fan of this truck and all it stands for. If you are at all familiar with the late great puller Sonny Martinez out of Texas, he ran Taz for many years, and the Hunt acquired the Taz from him and kept the name. And the actual original Taz is hanging. The body is hanging in their body shop there in Leonard, Texas. But they acquired this truck a couple of years ago, renamed it Taz, and the Hunts are very, very serious about pulling, and they come to us all the way from Texas. John was kind of in the hunt, still sort of in the hunt with this machine out of Texas.
Yeah, absolutely, sitting in the number 3 spot here, and a second-generation puller. We'll be seeing his dad, David, out a little bit later on in the class with their T-bucket ride. But here is the Chevy Colorado right now. Had a big win, first win, Grand National win of his career at Potomac. And what a season it's been for first-time winners. We'll talk a little bit about that as the class moves along here. Here comes Taz.
And he came with it early. Good, strong run, lifted the front, just like you like to see. But is it enough?
Well, he was leaning on it. I think we might have ourselves a new leader here. We'll have to wait and see officially on the measurement, but you can see right there the body goes up, and he leaned on it pretty good. I mean, we talked about it. This is championship weekend here for these two-wheel drives.
Right.
And once again, another truck that hooked off to that left-hand side of the track here. So far, that has been the way that, just about all the trucks that have made their way down the track here tonight have been.
So it sounds like 335 and 78, maybe?
Yep, that sounds like what we got there, 335.78. Another new leader here. We're just going to keep stretching it out.
Yeah, we're moving the chains on every pass here, but that's good for John. Like I say, coming in 3rd place in the points. He needs a good, strong showing here tonight to put in tandem with one tomorrow, because whoever does the best in those 2 nights is going to be the one that's going to take home the hardware. No question about it.
Well, and one thing you got to consider, too, is you never know what Mother Nature is going to throw out there.
That's true.
So if you leave something on the table tonight, and then Mother Nature interferes tomorrow, it's like woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Absolutely.
So they have to, they have to go for it. And of course, we've got 7-time champion Jesse Petro. He's sitting back there waiting in the wings. He's right there in the mix here. Our points leader, Chase Richardson. He's going to be, by the luck of the draw, he's going to be drawn way down at the bottom of the field. He'll be down there in the second to last position here. So this is going to be really interesting. Now, it looks like early on here in this track is kind of, it's just getting better here. The more we work it up,
it up. But it's still, and to your point, it's taking them to the left. Like, it's going to be interesting to see as the evening goes along if they're going to build ruts over there and kind of build a road to the left. But for now, the Taz machine at the top of the pile at 335 and 78. He is your new leader. as we get ready for the first of three Petro vehicles, but two driven by Jesse here tonight. This will be the first one, of course, driven by his father, the late, great Randy Petro, out of Camden, Ohio for many, many years. This is Kathy's Complaint.
Yeah, this is their 1923 Bucket T truck here, the Kathy's Complaint, and currently sitting number 7 in points here with this truck. And Jesse, you know, he's a gambler. Take a look at where he is going to move that sled now. He is going to move it left of center here as he comes out on the track here and back it in.
And again, our pullers have the opportunity to spot that sled anywhere they like to within those two chalk lines. So he's perfectly within his rights to do that. And he might be taking a gamble here. Might, just be seeing if something is over there. Like, and maybe if he lines up left, it won't pull him to the left. Maybe it'll pull him right, and we'll see what happens.
And, you know, running two vehicles here tonight. Is this vehicle here kind of, let's test the waters, let's see what's over there?
Well, right, for sure, with points implications with the Buckeye Hauler. This is definitely, if I had to do a do-over, I would rather do it over with the Buckeye Hauler. So we'll see. I bet he cross-tracks this to the right. Let's see. A little bit.
He cross-tracked it, yep, right to the middle part of the track here. A real good run here from Jesse Petro with the Kathy's Complaint out of Canton, Ohio here tonight.
Well, again, nothing flashy, nothing fancy, but the Petros have done this for a really long time, and they're very good at it. Good, solid A to B run from Kathy's Complaint. He's going to shake things up down there.
Yeah, this is going to be awful close here. We'll wait for the measurement to come in here. Once again, had to go better than 3:35 and 78 to take over that number 1 spot. 3:35 and 78. As we see looks like our lead markers making their way back out on the tracks.
I was going to say, I wonder where they were.
Of course, this class sponsored by CM Pulling Tires for 2024. CM Pulling Tires, the sponsor here for the two-wheel drives.
So 3:37 and 66. So the Kathy's Complaint now moving the chain. So everybody in succession, Dan Mayer, for the last several hooks, we got a new leader every hook.
Yeah, and I think exactly that's what Jesse was looking for. He was looking for a different part of the track that nobody had worked here tonight, and says, hey, all right, it'll work over here. Let's see. And like I say, I think they are going to continue to move around here tonight. As we, a lot of pressure here.
Absolutely. So Kathy's Complaint to the top at 3:37 and 66. Hunt and Taz 3:35 and 78 in the number 2 spot. Kelly Nichols in third at 3:30 and 83.
So as we take a look at our lineup sheet here, we should have Nathan Faust out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, coming up next year with the hang time. But remember, we do have Jason Sullivan and Marty Clock that were our original test pullers that we, they get to pick where they want to come back in the class. So we may, at some point, they'll join the field where they see fit here as we see the track crew continues to work. And let's talk about CM Pulling Tires, the sponsor here of the two-wheel drive class.
Absolutely. Chad Mayhill and his team in the state of Indiana, they do a whole lot of tire cutting, but they're now also selling their own proprietary brand of pulling tires. So CM Pulling Tires not only cuts tires and does all of the work on tires, but now they have their very own tires. So if you need some pulling tires, CM and Chad Mayhill and his crew are the ones to reach out to.
All right, so next up we go to central Wisconsin here. Is the Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, is the hang time where Nathan Faust calls home here. 2015 Chevy Colorado.
And make no mistake, we know who he roots for. The big W on the tail deck there comes to us out of Badgerland, of America's Dairyland. And a good tough runner. Like he's fairly consistent with the machine, learning the ropes with it, and a good strong runner is Nathan Faust.
Yeah, for many years ran out on the NTPA Region 3 circuit up there in the northern states, and decided a few years back to throw his hat in the ring here against the Grand National, the traveling pros, as I like to call them, the competitors that run out here on the Grand National circuit. Now, we just saw Jesse Petro take the lead over there left of center, and now Nathan comes out here and he moves it right back over here to the right side.
He's bringing it, and again, they can take it wherever they want to take it. And Nathan has decided that there is a pass over there. And Dan, a long time ago, I had the opportunity to crawl in one of these one time. And one of the things that I learned in sort of my preparation for driving one of these is that most of the competitors, when they're out there on the track, they already know once they suit in and once they back in, they know where they're headed. They know where they're going. They get out there before the pull and they make a game plan. So Nathan knew where he was going to be. Let's see how he does here. Well, picking it up right there through the end. Good hang time with the front. Not too high. Looks like the weight was just about perfect, at least from my perspective. A good, strong run for hang time. But is it enough to make 337.66 and unseat Kathy's complaint?
Yeah, once again, back across the track here, as we saw started on the right-hand side of the track, and kind of not sure if he drove it over to that side or just kind of by natural progression kind of drifted off here to the left-hand side here for Nathan Faust. But nonetheless, a real nice run here for the truck out of Wisconsin here tonight.
Good, strong A to B pass. He's going to have to be pleased with that, no doubt about it.
Well, 337.66 is our mark to beat right now, 337.66. Here in our two-wheel drive competition here, sponsored by CM Pulling Tires. So looks like, yeah, we've got another new leader here, 338.67. So 338.67. Now the big question is, where's it going to end?
Right, and where does Jesse Petro go now? Because now he's up next in, the Buckeye Hauler. So does he stay where he was and make the same line of pass that he did in Kathy's complaint? Does he split it to the middle? Does he line it up clear on the other side? Because Nathan Faust has just shown us there's a pass over there now, too. So where are you going to take it?
Yeah, we'll have to see here, of course. Our sled here tonight, Mark Bingham with the On the Mark sled here, and we haven't seen Mark at a lot of events. I saw him at the Fort Recovery event about the mid part of the summer.
Yeah, they stay primarily in the Buckeye State and around that area, but no, I have not seen him. I think I saw the mini sled somewhere this summer, but yeah, On the Mark doing the work here tonight. We'll talk a little bit about those weight transfer machines as the evening goes along, but right now, here comes Jesse Petro. He will be up next in the, the current point leader in the Buckeye Hauler as he brings it out here. And he backs up fast. Like he doesn't
waste no time.
He'll bring it out. So, okay, so he's answering our question. He's going back.
He's back to the well.
He's going back to the well. So he's going to move it from where Faust had it. And he will either, I'd venture to say he moved it, cross-tracked it just barely to the right, kind of drove it right of center, just a hair. We'll see what he does here. My guess is he's going to keep it perfectly straight and run it right down this lane, but we'll see what he does here in this Buckeye Hauler machine coming to us out of Camden, Ohio. And what can you say that hasn't been said? Multiple national titles with the Petro, 7 alone for Jesse, one of the most winning two-wheel, if not the winningest two-wheel driver ever in this machine.
And yeah, you are correct. Yes, 65 victories for this gentleman right here. And very impressive here as we saw our leader mark there, 338 and 67. So that's what he's shooting for.
Here we come. Okay, so he kept her straight.
So there you can see on our screen the CM Pulling Tires leader marker right there. Now that's where that front of that sled has to go past.
So it looks to me like if this is correct, not quite there.
Now Jesse currently sitting in the number 2 spot in points with this truck here. So we know we're going to have a shakeup here after the tonight's pulling action here. So Jesse gets the truck shut down here as we take a look up our lineup here. Jacob Shepard should be coming up next here out of Brown City, Michigan. Be followed by Leanne Tormoli in May. And then Daryl Norman with that good-looking 38 Packard. Our next 3 trucks coming up here in two-wheel drive.
Absolutely. So Jesse Petro goes 330 and 18. 330.18. Which will put him in the number 5 position with that machine. 330 and 18 for the Buckeye Hauler. So he might just be playing it safe tonight, Dan. You don't want to get out and tear anything up. You got another night, so if he can stay top 5, top 10 with this machine going into tomorrow, pad his points a little bit, that's what he's going to want to do.
Yeah, so as we can see on our leaderboard, Nathan Faust with the hang time truck leads the way here. 338.67. That gentleman there looking real strong right now. Truck out of Wisconsin, currently sitting in the number 2 spot. Jesse Petro with his second truck, the Kathy's Complaint. And then, of course, John Hunt sits number 3 at 3:35 and 78 with the Taz truck, the Colorado machine out of Texas. As well, here's a young man that we talked to on our Countdown to Pull Time show.
Absolutely. Jacob Shepard. He's had quite a summer with this machine. Calls it Alcohol Addiction Retapped. And brings this machine out of Brown City, Michigan to be with us here tonight at the Charlie Swartz Memorial in Canton, but in Brandenburg, Kentucky. The last weekend in July, 27th and 28th of July, this young man went on a tear in Brandenburg at the Meade County Fair and went from having 0 Grand National victories to 2 in 2 nights. In a 48-hour period, he won, swept the weekend, and was absolutely on cloud 9 down there, and was kind of a force to be reckoned with. I think he sort of proved that he deserves to be here with this machine, having those 2 nights in Brandenburg, Kentucky with the alcohol addiction. So we'll see what he can do here tonight. And of course, he was on the Countdown to Pull Time with us. Very, very humble, very, very happy that things are going his way. But the kid knows what he's doing. There ain't no doubt about it.
Absolutely. We talk about, that track down in Brandenburg. That can be pretty tricky. I mean,
yes.
There's a track that you normally don't see a lot of first-time winners at.
And you certainly don't see a lot of repeat winners either.
Yeah.
Like if it gets you one night, it usually doesn't get you the other one. And he came down and laid down. One night he was early, one night he was late, and both nights it didn't matter. This machine was simply on rails down there in Brandenburg, Kentucky, and I think they had 42 in the class. Like it wasn't just
it was no gimme.
Yeah, it was no gimme.
gimme.
It was everybody that was anybody was there that night, both in region and national, grand national, and then even some outliers that were just there for the weekend that are tough customers. But let's see what he does here out of the great state of Michigan. Mark to beat continues to be 3:38 and some change. Here comes Jacob Shepard.
Good
yes,
run right
sir.
there. 1947 Chevrolet. Good-looking rig right there, and just north of Detroit. And he lays down an excellent run here tonight. That's going to be awful close to taking over that number 1 spot. Once again, 338.67 is our high water mark here.
And just as smooth as could be, A to B, not a lot of bounce to it, not a lot of flash, lifted the front and ran away with it here. Will mark the distance, but he is going to shake the order up. I don't think there's any question. That old Chevrolet picking it up and putting it down on the big end down there.
And we talked to him on, the Countdown show about, what it does for your confidence.
Sure.
And here tonight he just backs right in there and sure
like
enough,
he owns the place. Just
yep.
Let me get down there.
So we'll get the distance in here for Jacob Shepard out of Brown City, Michigan here with the alcohol addiction retapped.
And again, he needed better than 3:38 and 67, and he goes 3:36 and 96. So looks can be a little deceiving. But I thought he was well past that cone down there with 3:36 and 965 for the 3rd position. But a good strong run for the alcohol addiction. Again, 2 nights here, drove it off the track, good strong A to B run. He's going to have to be tickled with a top 3 so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm sure, we talked about with the track conditions changing here throughout the evening. And a lot of times, when you get a big class, we've got 26 of them here tonight. You get a big class and, more or less, the track is going to change when that sun goes down. So you more or less take a group of trucks that ran when you did and you say, hey, we did the best, when our particular group ran, we were the best of the bunch there. And,
for sure.
Obviously the track got a little bit better or what have you. But, real good run here for that team.
So your leader continues to be Nathan Faust in the hang time machine out of the Dairyland. 3:38 and 67 currently showing the way. But now, Dan, we're going to go to the Hoosier State. We're going to go down there to, Jackson County? Valonia, Indiana? Is that Jackson County?
You got it, yeah. Jackson County.
Yeah, so
just south of Brownstown.
real close to Brownstown, and of course another competitor who's done this for years and years and years in various capacities. Four-wheel drive puller with a machine known as Charmed for many years. Hops into this ex-Jim Lyons stitches from 40-plus years ago. And turns it into the Thriller a little at a time. But you look at her, and she's not in the center. She's you get reminiscence of late 1980s, early 1990s, old Jim Lyons left-hand drive. And they haven't changed a lot. I talked to her a little bit before the show here tonight and asked her, hey, how much of this truck is original? And she said, more than you think. And so, again, you and I have talked, being the nostalgia buffs that we are. This is one of the Stitches trucks. The other one's in Kansas. And the Ultimate Chevy is still out pulling, regional pulling in Kentucky. But here comes Leanne out of Valonia, Indiana.
Nice run there for second-generation puller. Her dad, Tom Tremolian, that four-wheel drive truck. Now, he's been running, we saw him in Bowling Green, naturally aspirated. We've seen him put a blower on the truck.
Yep, he's run supermods in the forest, the old Spellbound machine.
Yep, TFS Performance still builds a lot of engines. And I think we're going to start stacking it in here right around
I think you're right. This is kind of that 333, 334, maybe 330 area. We'll see kind of if they start backing up now. Maybe the track is starting to lose a little bit of its luster, and it's going to come down to, finding that bite again.
Once again, we're on Full Pull Live. We're glad you fans have decided to join us. So once again, $39.99 a month, and you get all this pulling action. And boy, they've got some great things coming up here in the later part of the season. They haven't announced yet, but there's some really good stuff in the works here. As we see 322.01, 322.01 for Leanne here tonight.
So 322 and 10, good for the 10th spot with that Thriller machine out of the Hoosier State, Valonia, Indiana, and Leanne Tremolian May. But yeah, you're right, Dan. Lots of good things happening. We're not done pulling. We'll be, Full Pull Live will be at Sandwich, Illinois next weekend. I get to head up there and bring you those sessions on Saturday. There's two sessions, 12:30 and 6:30, I believe, at the Great Sandwich Fair. And there'll be some more championship implications coming to an end up there. So next weekend, tune in. And again, $39.99 gives you the whole gamut of all of the Full Pull Lives this summer.
And one thing I like about the Sandwich event, it's so tough because you've got two sessions on the same day.
Right, back to back.
Yes, back to back. So there's no room for error out there. So that modifieds will be running Super Farms, Pro Stocks out there, Diesel Supers. It's going to be a great show. So join us Full Pull Live next week. But we've got more pulling to go here.
Absolutely. And again, of course, Full Pull picks. The two-wheelers are closed, but I believe the other classes for the evening are still available and still open. You can get your picks in if you'd like to do that over on Full Pull picks. But yeah, let's go to the state of Alabama.
Yeah, northern Alabama here. Athens, Alabama, the untouchable. And that 1938 Packard. Daryl Norman doing the driving here out on the Grand National Circuit. One of the coolest rigs when you talk two-wheel drives. It just...
Absolutely, and for those of us who have been in this game a while, I see this truck and I get I get memories. I get sort of I'm thinking Greer Hamilton, in the California Flash and the Starfire missile way back in the day. Those sort of longer wheelbase seat cabs and absolutely all the way. Just look as neat as a pin. And this machine is really, really nice. Fits the bill. Coming to us out of Alabama. Daryl does some running with Mid-South. He kind of hops all over, but pulling Grand National as well. And I believe there are other drivers with this machine. I think there was another driver in the machine there at Bowling Green. But here comes Daryl.
Yeah, we heard the tone change a little bit on that engine, about half track there.
And maybe just a tick heavy on the front as well. It just didn't seem to want to lift. But yeah, mid track, just the power completely left the untouchable machine. I don't know if he dropped a cylinder or what, but it was definitely noticeable here from our perspective in the booth, trackside.
So we'll take that untouchable machine off the track here as we'll get the distance in here from our laser crew here tonight. As we see down there trackside, we see, well, there's Miss Kathy down there.
Yep.
She's always watching, keeping score where everybody is. And, of course, Kathy Petro, one of the long-time pullers out there, and she knows what's going on, that's for sure.
Oh, yes, absolutely. She is doesn't miss a trick when it comes to getting these distances down here and picking things out and keeping the line of communication open for the Petros and Jesse and, of course, Joey, who will be out a little bit later and they come around sundown.
And, of course, she's not just taking distances. She's watching where everybody's running. She's been in this game a long time. She
Absolutely.
knows, absolutely.
I have a feeling if she ever decided to crawl into one of these that she would be untouchable. I think she could really do a lot with these. But 321 and 84. 321 and 84 for Daryl Norman and the untouchable Packard out of Athens, Alabama. And we are just about at the midway point, 26 in the class, and we've pulled 13.
Yeah, so looks like the first of our trucks out of Tennessee up next year is we'll have Wesley Foster with the barbed wire truck. Tom LaRue will be up next or follow in the think tank truck. And then Joey Frazier, they come around sundown, the third of the Petro trucks here tonight as our lineup keeps on rolling here. And let's talk about the Foster brothers, second generation pullers.
Sure, and tough runners, no question about it. Wesley pulled a Dodge bodied machine for many years and then built this Chevrolet a little bit I think 2 or 3 years ago, and they have a good pull in Woodbury, Tennessee, one of the FFA supported Mid-South events that they host. They're very active, not only in the Grand National ranks but with the Mid-South pullers down there in the Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana area. So tough runners, you can't count them out. He had a great weekend at Brandenburg, Kentucky, late July. We'll see what he does here tonight in this barbed wire.
And, of course, a great teacher, their dad, Steve, one of the guys that's been doing this a long time here in two-wheel drive competition. Currently sitting in the number 5 spot here. He's one of the guys in position here. Now his brother Ethan also in the hunt as well. He's back in the 9th spot. But like we said, the top 10 mathematically have a shot here.
It's anybody's game depending upon these next 2 nights. So we'll see how this barbed wire machine out of the Volunteer State does here tonight. Wes Foster, he needs better than 338 and some change.
I think we're going to move that
I
lead
think
cone.
you
Yes.
might be right, Dan Mayer. What a
But
pass.
I've been wrong before.
Yeah, as have I.
but
Looks can be a little deceiving, but just listening to him behind us, like fans, you can't see this, but these guys are burning it in directly behind where we are in here. So the closer they get to us, the more we feel it, and I think maybe he's close.
Yeah, we'll see here up on the replay here. What a great run here
Good
for Mr.
pass.
Foster. Yes, this had the weight set just about perfect on this run.
So
As he
338
gets it shut
and 67 is what he needed. Okay, so 338 and 42.
Wow.
338 and 42, so by the hair of your chinny chin chin.
Yeah.
So Nathan Faust is out there at 338 and 67, fans. So that's an eyelash. 338 and 67 is the lead. 338-42 is Wes Foster. And we talked about that. They're going to start backing up, so they've decided that 338 is where they're all going to meet and have a little party. What a pass, though. That was a beautiful thing. No question.
Yeah, 338.42 and Nathan Faust at 338.67. So 0.2 of a foot separate here. As we've got, well, Tom LaRue up next year. This will be hook number 13 out of our 26 here tonight. As we'll bring that Dodge Dakota machine to the start line here. Of course, Tom LaRue, a guy that needs no introduction to the sport of tractor and truck pulling.
No, sir.
2005 NTPA Grand National Champion. And kind of got away from the sport here the last few years. We haven't seen Tom out a whole bunch. Since the COVID year, that weren't allowed to come over back and forth like we have, the last few years. And good to see him back out here on the Grand National Circuit with the two trucks.
Absolutely, for Team United and Tiny Seedlings. So these guys, and Tom and his wife and family own a soil business up there where they do a lot of different things with soils, and they have a sort of a philanthropy called Tiny Seedlings, where they do a lot of things for the youth of the local community there in Uxbridge. So they have ice cream socials and, you know, play dates and things of, you know, swimming pool days, all kinds of free things to get the kids involved, and they call it Tiny Seedlings. So you can check it out on Instagram. And here comes Tom LaRue. The O-Dodge working hard down there on the big end for Team United. Tiny Seedlings, Tom LaRue.
Yeah, as you can see there, fans going to be a little bit short here for Tom LaRue here tonight.
Well, he brought it down the left side. Not sure if he had to touch the brake at all. It didn't look like he did. But we'll mark the distance and let you know how the old Team United machine and the think tank fared here tonight.
Once again, two-wheel drive class brought to you by CM Pulling Tires. Chad Mayhill, and didn't get a chance. I'm sure Chad's here this weekend somewhere on the grounds, and didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier. But Chad, usually one of the busier guys the week of a big pull, as he's usually out sharpening tires, getting them ready. And, you know, we talked about, you know, Bowling Green a couple weeks ago. I don't know how many people in the winner's circle, you know, thanks Chad Mayhill for, you know, doing the tires that week. You know, thanks for getting us in. And, you know, just this time of year, very busy for the CM Pulling Tires. But 315.47 here for Tom LaRue, 315.47. Definitely not what he was looking for here tonight.
Not, yeah, for sure. And he'd like to have done a little bit better than that, but he'll be back tomorrow night. I'm sure they'll make some changes, talk things over as we get ready for our third entry in the Petro Motorsports Camp out of Liberty, Indiana. This will be the Come Around Sundown T-Bucket of Joey Frazier. And, of course, sharing information with Jesse. So, like, Joey has already kind of been briefed on what Jesse is seeing out there in the seat. So we'll see what he does here with this machine out of the Hoosier State.
Yeah, not the season that Joey was looking for by all means. Currently sits in the number 14 spot here in points. And normally, like last year, we saw this truck was up there in the hunt for the championship going into the final events. So they've really, I don't know if they, you know, tried something a little bit different here this year, but just really hasn't worked out here for Joey in 2024. But like you say, it can all change here tonight with a big win.
Absolutely,
you know,
yeah.
Turn your season right around.
Things are not over until they're over.
So once again, the Petro truck's going to work left of center here. As we see Jesse out, he sprays a little de-icer in the injector hat there.
So the Come Around Sundown. Our mark to beat continues to be 338 and 67. Nathan Faust currently at the top of the pile. Wes Foster in the number 2 spot.
Real nice run there for Joey Frazier. As you can see, not going to take over that lead, but going to be knocking on the door here, I would say, for a top 5 position here tonight. Come Around Sundown truck. Now, this was a brand new truck a couple years ago.
Right.
Joey decided they wanted to change it up.
So he shuts it off there. And Joey Frazier for Petro Motorsports. So 328 and 14. 328 and 14. 328 14 for Joey Frazier.
So once again, Nathan Faust, the Hang Time truck, leads the way here, 338.67. Number 2 spot, Wesley Foster with the barbed wire truck at 338.42. There you can see the Kathy's Complete Jesse Petro at 337.66. And then the Alcohol Addiction truck at 336.96, and the Taz at 335.78. That's our current top 5 right now. Super modified two-wheel drive class. So we are on hook number 15 out of our 26 here tonight. As we roll along through here, and once again, well, as we can, we can check the head-on shot. We're going to move that sled back over here.
Yep. And looks like we're going back to Texas. This should be the David Hunt machine up next.
Yeah, this is Dad. Dad will be up here. They've got a body shop. They run down there.
Auto Body down there in Leonard, Texas.
Which is northeast of Dallas. 2005, he was the Outlaw champion out on the Outlaw circuit. They ran that circuit for a few years and then decided to throw their hat in the ring here on the NTPA circuit. As a matter of fact, this event last year, this truck right here, everybody saw it and finished second and fifth, and they said, hey, wait a minute, who is this guy?
Right.
Who are these guys?
Who was that
Yes.
masked man? Sure.
A shameless truck here, David Hunt.
And of course, we saw John out a little bit earlier, and he was 335 mid with the Taz machine. So I'm sure he has shared some information with his dad on the thoughts on his past and maybe what they could do a little bit differently to get this shameless machine out front. So John there waiting for him to tighten up things. He'll spray a little bit of de-icer on that bonnet.
Yeah, John currently sitting in that number 5 spot there. And you get a good shot right there, fans, as David will put the hand on that hand throttle. All these vehicles use hand throttles. Your feet are busy on the brakes.
Yep.
And you got so much more control over your hands and your feet. Oh, boy.
Oh, he was on such a good one. Cross-tracked it to the left. Oh, did he keep it in?
That angle right there, it looks good, but...
Man, he was on a pass, too.
It looks good right there.
But yeah, he had to...
I'm not sure if he got out of it himself. I didn't see the flagman at the end of the track. But this will be interesting here. Boy, what a run, though. Man, that truck really got hooked into the track.
Right, and you can see, like, the lane from the weight transfer machine brought it, middle to the left, cross-tracked it hard, 336 and 55. And I believe if he hadn't had to touch the brakes, he would have been 340. .336 and 55, so currently good for the number 5 position. So your leader continues to be Hang Time at 338 and 67. Wes Foster 338 and 42 in the number 2 spot. Jesse Petro, Kathy's Complaint, 337 and 66. Number 4, Jacob Shepard in the Alcohol Addiction Retapped, 336 and 96. And Shameless, 336 and 55, and Taz in the number 6 spot. So the Hunt's 5 and 6 right now.
Well, let's talk about point implications. Son didn't want to see Dad do that.
Right.
We would, he would have rather seen, the Taz in the 5th spot and Shameless in 6th.
Yes,
and
now he might have lost a spot to his own dad.
There might be some conversation back at the trailer here tonight, but that's how close it is.
Well, and apparently there are no team orders. I guess,
there you go. Yes,
they've had those conversations.
Didn't throw anything here tonight, so that
for sure.
But yeah, that definitely would have liked, with John sitting in that number 3 spot in points. He definitely would have liked to seen the other truck on the other side of him, but hey, that's pulling.
For sure, absolutely. Well, Dan, you being a former New Yorker who now resides in the Hoosier State, you know a little bit about North Collins, New York, and the FinTechs coming up now.
Yeah, absolutely. North Collins, New York, famously the home for Joe Ader, our Grand National champion on the Unlimited circuit, but we've got the FinTech brothers, Ray and Joe, that run they got a two-wheel drive truck here as well as a modified tractor. They run out on the Grand National circuit. And good to see Ray here in Canton this weekend. The Extreme Scheme, they call this 1923 Bucket T, and he's been a many-time champion in the state of New York, Western New York, with the Empire State Pullers over the years. And once again, they decided a few years ago, hey, let's throw our hat in the ring on the Grand National circuit, and they've been doing that here the last couple of years, having a lot of fun. And they said that's what it's all about.
And that's
so
very...
we go a lot of places. We see a lot of people that we don't normally get to see, and it's just always great to meet up with folks. And
right. And this very unique green, very reminiscent of the old Irish Challengers of the 80s and 90s, sort of the Wisconsinette shamrocky green. Beautiful color for the fin taxi.
So Ray Fintag there with the Extreme Scheme, North Collins, New York. That's in the western New York area, just south of Buffalo.
Not far from where you used to be, right?
Yeah, I would say about 45 minutes or so. I was east of the city, and here North Collins is, just south of the city. All Bills fans, though.
Of course. So Fintag going to be back just a hair, but a good strong run for the Extreme Scheme. Happy to see them all the way from New York here with us tonight.
So Ray gets it shut down here. 3:11 and 49. 3:11 and 49. And you can see just, you don't get that perfect spot on the track. Now, we talk about hole shot. We talk about hole shot and drag racing. It's who leaves first.
Right.
In the sport of pulling here, the hole shot is how fast you can get that sled moving in that first 50 to 75 feet.
Right. Get the wheels turning, get them hooked to the track, and take off.
You don't get that sled moving, not going to make it to the top end of the track. So that's what it's all about here when we talk hole shot in the sport of pulling here. As you can see, the great crowd on hand here in Canton, Ohio. Night number 1 here at the Stark County Fairgrounds.
The Charlie Swartz Memorial Truck and Tractor Pull, again, been around since 1964. And this fair is celebrating its 175th year this year. Had the opportunity to talk to Danny Schmucker a little bit earlier about the fair and the goings-on this week. They had a couple of concerts. Night Ranger was here. Scotty McCreery was here. They'll have demo derbies, tractor pulls, and then I was blown away by the fact that he said the junior fair auctions here will net them somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.4 million.
Yes.
I don't know what that's a county fair auction I'd like to be a part of, no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he says all that money, pays for everything for them, and
yep.
Anything that they're involved in with the junior fair, and that's just awesome.
Absolutely. But here comes that Mad Max now out of Clayton, Ohio. Mad Max and Alan Kane for Eaton Compressor. The old school patina-bodied machine.
Yeah, 1936 Ford right here. Mr. Kane. Now, he currently sits in the number 8 spot. Now, he does have a chance here.
Yep.
Like we
mathematically
said, top 10.
possible.
Yep.
Absolutely.
West Alexandria, Ohio. He calls home.
And, of course, the Kane family are in the compressor business. The Eaton compressors. Emax machines. They do a lot of industrial size compressors for shop applications and various home garage applications as well, but not something you'd see at the Home Depot. These guys are doing big compression systems for major industries.
And I think the Emax compressors are the ones that they sell at the Lowe's,
right?
At that the one that they sponsor on the Joe Ader track.
But they also do like climate controlled. They have their own rooms.
Oh yeah,
like
big time. Yeah.
I went to Sydney, Illinois once, and Jeremy Nelson has one of their machines, and it has its own little space. Like it cuts on, it cuts off. It needs climate control. It's very sophisticated. So here comes Mad Max.
Yeah, he had some engine damage, I want to say, back up in the Polian event, just before Bowling Green, and it kind of took him down in the points a little bit there. Had a little bit of damage out there, and you have one bad hook, definitely take you out of those points just a little bit here when things are so close as they are.
So Alan Kane. So 304 and 10. 304.10. 304 and 10 for Alan Kane and the Mad Max.
So currently right now good enough for the number 17 spot here, and not what Alan was looking for.
Yeah, not at all what he was looking for here tonight. And again, we might be starting to lose the track a little bit out there.
Well, I'll tell you, next up we've got Donnie Sullivan. If there is a guy that, can figure out if there's any track left out there, this is a guy that can do it right here.
Absolutely. Reigning and defending national champion in the super modified two-wheel drive ranks with that machine known as the Big Stick. And what can you say about the Sullivan family that hasn't already been said? Innovators in the sport, among the very first to pull two-wheel drives way back in the late 70s, early 1980s from their home in Warsaw, Kentucky. Of course, the late, great Eddie Sullivan, an innovator. And they have kind of carried on the tradition over and over. And whatever they build is, a stout competitor. Of course, we'll see Tim Beatty out here a little bit later with the sawmill, and of course that's a former Sullivan machine as well, and they are kind of team in tandem, but this Big Stick is a tough customer.
Absolutely.
We're going to learn a lot here in about 330 feet.
Now let's talk about the history of the two-wheel drive class. Started in the NTPA circuit back in 1983, and the first official hook for the two-wheel drive class, Eddie Sullivan, was the winner.
Yep.
Right there in Cincinnati, Ohio. They pulled right there at the stadium, right across from Kings Island.
Was that the underdog or the Wonder Pup?
Nope, that would have been the Chevy S10.
Just the black
Sullivan's, one. Yes, Sullivan's okay. S10. Eddie Sullivan doing the driving. That was a regional pull, wasn't a Grand National hook, but that was the first NTPA hook for the two-wheel drive class back in 1983, and you can see just how far they have come over the years. Used to run a couple weight divisions, ran the 58 and 62 100-pound classes. They settled in and the 62 class after 1988. They combined them.
Yep. And, I know at least one of those early machines is still out there. Bobby John still has, I think, chassis number 2 in the Sullivan ranks that became the West Virginia Kool-Aid Kid back in those days, and he still has that there in his home in West Virginia.
So defending Grand National champion, a 2-time champion here in NTPA competition, Donnie Sullivan. And it looks like he's got that sled spotted, I would say just about dead center out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, we talked to Steve Grouse a little bit earlier, and they've got this thing on kill. They came to play this weekend, no doubt about it. I think he'd like to defend the crown or at least get kind of back in the hunt this weekend with this Big Stick machine. And let's see what he can do here. Coming to us out of Warsaw, Kentucky, right up 71 there by the Kentucky Motor Speedway, right along the river. This is Donnie Sullivan.
So he currently sits number 4 in points. 1 victory on the summer at Farley, Iowa. The big pull there for the Simon family. Yeah, I'm going to say we're going to stretch that out, but I've said that before.
Yeah, it's so deceiving here. But, yes, that was a great pass. And, again, he just brought it straight down the middle, and I think we're going to move the chains. I could be wrong again, but I think we're going to move them.
I always said when the pressure's on the line, Donnie Sullivan, this gentleman right here.
Ice cold.
Yes. Been doing it for so many years. It just... He gets hopped up, he gets ready to go, and we'll see here what the distance comes up here for Donnie, but it looks like a good one.
3-4-0 and 53. So, yes, with authority, 3-4-0 and 53. Sullivan just throws a shot across the bow with that Big Stick from hook number 20.
Yeah, I think he took that Big Stick and pounded it on the ground here and said, hey,
here I am.
Come and get me. Yes,
here I
absolutely.
am, fans. We're in Canton and we're ready. So 340 and 53. We're going to move the CW Pulling Tires leader cone for Donnie Sullivan and that Big Stick, who is now at the top of the pile.
Yeah, so there you can see on our leaderboard, 340.53 here for Donnie Sullivan. We'll move the hang time truck down to the number 2 spot here, 338.67. Barbed wire number 3, 338.42. Kathy's complaint, 337.66. So, you know, we still got another Grand National champion sitting. Well, we've got a, you know, you look down at our field here.
Oh, yeah, it's not over. We've still
Stay
got
tuned, folks.
some, as my father used to say, some big iron waiting in the wings back
Big
there.
iron, yes. Of course, the legendary Butch Krieger.
Absolutely. I miss him dearly. And,
We all miss him.
I'm glad, to be his son and still be carrying on his traditions, no doubt about it. So, yeah, Russ Nichols, as he comes here tonight out of Lower City, Ohio, tire man by trade as well, with this on-the-edge machine. We saw his wife out a little bit earlier, and her one fine edge machine. Now, these are kind of carbon copies of one another. They look almost the same. This is the on the edge. And one thing I always like about his trucks is that sort of funny car style cage that he's got. I really think, extra safety innovations. I really like that. You don't have to. It's not required, but he's taken the extra effort to kind of cage himself in here and keep himself safe in the event of a wild ride. And, you're prone to have them every once and again in these machines.
Absolutely. 2019 Grand National champion here. Now, they built this truck brand new back in 2021. And when they debuted this truck, it was on fire. I mean,
absolutely, from the word go.
Yeah, what a summer this truck had. I mean, he won a lot of events, but came to the sport here, two-wheel drive pulling through garden tractors.
Yep.
Actually, they sell a lot of garden tractor components as well. And Russ Nichols, like we talked about, he's one of those guys that he'll watch that track. We talked about it earlier. We'll see here. He looks like he's going to split the tracks here where Donnie Sullivan ran here tonight. Let's see what he's got for us here with the Ford.
He's better than 340 and 53. Danny seemed to have hesitated, like he came with it and then backed off of it and then, dropped the hammer again there around 150 feet or so, and I don't think the truck knew what to do. And I don't know if maybe that was a throttle linkage issue or if there was maybe something loose in the drive line. I don't really know, but it just seemed like it wasn't smooth.
Yeah, the two-wheel drive pullers, they tell you, coming off the starting line is kind of like driving out of a snowbank.
Right.
They say you don't want to give it too much throttle right away. You just blow the tires off it. You kind of got to ease into it. You feel it hook, and then you go with it. And like you said, something just was not right there with that hook.
Yeah, it just didn't seem, like I say, I don't know if maybe he
could be a situation where, with the clutch, they run the centrifugal clutches on these. When the RPMs come up, they lock in, and who knows, could have been an issue there with the clutch. But, yeah, 318.57, not what Russ was looking for here tonight, 318 and 57.
So your leader continues to be the big stick, Donnie Sullivan. Nathan Faust in the number 2 spot. Wes Foster, number 3 in the barbed wire at 338 and 42. Kathy's complaint in the number 4 position, and Jesse Petro. Alcohol addiction, Jake Shepard in the 5 spot, 336 and 96. And those are your top 5.
Yeah, so we're down to 7 to go here. 7 to go in our two-wheel drive class. As we see some of the light super stock competitors down there, they're starting to look at the track. They've been following it here. Of course, we've got a great battle in the points in that class, too. We'll talk about a little bit later on here.
Well, and I will tell you, I happened to see Colton Whitworth coming across the scales, and you could have cut the tension with a knife. That man is in the zone. He is ready to play here tonight, and you could kind of tell he was sort of just in his thoughts and being very contemplative and knowing that he has a job to do here tonight against, the Blackburn tractors and the Cheesick tractors.
Yeah, absolutely. I had talked to Colton a little bit, and he had told me that he was going to run both of them here tonight. Well, actually, I talked to his dad, Scott, first before I talked to Colton, and Scott says, yeah, he's going to run both of them because, the bin buster's going to go first, and he's hoping that, hey, it'll kind of, calm the nerves a little bit.
Sure.
Because, the Yield Express is the tractor that's in contention here for the championship.
Absolutely.
So, we'll see how that all plays out. But we've got more two-wheel drives to run here.
Oh, yeah, we're not done yet. And here's a great one coming to us out of the Volunteer State, Jamestown, Tennessee. This is the Sawmill Express for Tim Beatty. And, again, he's another guy that you just can't count out. He's going to show up, and he's going to be there, and you better have him in the conversation because the minute you don't, he'll put himself in the conversation.
Yep, and you can see backing him up right now, the man that currently leads the class, teammate here of the Sullivan team. You see Donnie backing him in here, the Sawmill Express. Now, Tim owns a sawmill down there, just east of Nashville there in Jamestown, Tennessee. He comes in here tonight, 11th in the points. Picked up his first ever Grand National win here this summer, Rockwell, Iowa. And Jeremy, we've had 8 different winners this summer in the two-wheel drive class.
Yep.
5 of them have been first-time winners. And
how awesome is
that?
that?
Records and see.
Yeah, this might be the summer.
Yes.
This might be a record. You and I talked about that on the way up today. Just an unbelievable amount of first-timers here this summer, and I love to see that. I think it's great for the sport, and I think it's great for these competitors. You don't want to lose all the time, so when you get out there and get a win, you get confident.
Well, good run here late in the class for Tim Beatty, the Sawmill Express truck. Of course, a former Sullivan truck.
Yep, it was called All In, and very successful with the Sullivans before Tim acquired it, but he has kind of taken the banner and run with it, no doubt about it. Very, very strong competitor with this Sawmill Express.
Yeah, Tim had run four-wheel drive pro stock trucks for quite a few years before getting involved with two-wheel drive. Actually had another two-wheel drive that he ran for a few years, and then decided that that was too much work. I mean,
sure.
Let's concentrate on just one truck, and that has worked out really well for him.
Well, and kind of the brain trust that is the Sullivans, Tim will tell you, having those guys and having the help that they give him is invaluable. So 326 and 78. 326 and 78. 326 feet 7'8" for the Sawmill Express and Tim Beatty.
Yeah, so you can see good enough right now for number 12 spot, as we've got a whole bunch of trucks that are piled in from that 340 to 326 there.
Right,
and,
they're kind of all in a row, but your leader continues to be that big stick, and Donnie Sullivan at 340 and 53, and as of yet, nobody has challenged that distance, but we got a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Hannah Shepard up next here, the young lady we talked to on our countdown show.
Yep. And, of course, Mrs. Jacob Shepard, and been pulling that two-wheeler for many, many years. Talked to her father as well this afternoon a little bit. So proud of Hannah and all the things that she's accomplished, both on the track and off the track as a professional and in the university, and all the things that she's doing. He's a very, very proud father, and I think he shares the love of pulling with her. So here comes that Purdy in the pink machine here tonight out of Centerville, New Brunswick, Canada, by way of Brown City, Michigan.
Yeah, we talked about, Centerville, New Brunswick, right there on the main border.
Right.
And Hannah moving down there to Michigan now, and Dad's still up there in New Brunswick.
Yep.
Don't have a whole lot of pulling up there, but they like to venture down.
They run a tire shop, so he does a lot of tire replacements for bigger trucks, as well as skid loaders and skid steers and all kinds of things, that rubber tracks and things of that nature. And they also have a feed business. They run a feed mill, and his wife, of course, has owned a catering business for many, many years. So they wear a lot of hats up there in New Brunswick, but sometimes they hang those hats up and go pulling, and that's where they are this weekend here in Canton, Ohio. So don't count Hannah out. She had a good top 20 in Bowling Green with this machine, out of 60-some-odd trucks. So the young lady knows what she's doing here. And this Purdy in the pink machine out of the Great White North.
Yeah, they've got her all the way over on that left-hand chalk line. That's pretty much the furthest over we have seen anybody start here.
Absolutely.
In our two-wheel drive class. It'll be interesting to see whether she's going to drive it down that chalk line, or is she going to kind of let it drift off here to the middle part of the track.
Well, it looks like Jake's signaling her to cut the engine off. We'll see I don't know if they're having issues getting her hooked to the sled or what the problem is, but tech services are headed over. There's her dad.
Okay, so they tell us that the chain is getting wedged down there, and it's happened on multiple trucks here, and we see our competition director Marvin Epperson down there, and they're actually checking hitches at the end of the track here.
Okay.
To make sure that everybody's on the up and up. And we talked about that,
right.
Before they go to the sled. We go through a tech inspection, during the afternoon, And then before they hook to the sled, they'll actually go right over the scales. They'll check their maximum weight, and then they'll check the hitch height on these trucks. And looks like we're going to pull it away here.
So not sure if they're going to work on the hitch now. Like, what are you hearing, Dan?
Well, like you said, they just said that the hitch was wedged, is what the word I got from our producer.
Okay.
And so it looks like they're going to move up just a little bit here.
Well, this is definitely not good for your nerves if you're
No,
Hannah
I
sitting
was
there.
going to say, you know, we've seen that this summer at, you know, certain events. I think we had a couple at Fort Recovery where, you know, that hook did not fit into, I think it was Adam Bauer's tractor.
Right.
We had an issue, and they actually had to get the torch out. And, you know, this year they, you know, had that little nub on the front of the hook there.
And so I don't know if they're going to give her a mechanical drop and then she'll come back, but it looks like they're going to fire Ethan Foster now. So it looks like they're going to work on Hannah, and I don't know what the ruling is as far as if she's coming back or not, but looks like we're going to go to McMinnville, Tennessee now.
Yeah, the 2005 Chevy S10 here. Ethan Foster, number 9 in the points. Now, brother Wesley, you see him out front there. He's currently sitting in the number 3 spot here in our class of two-wheel drives. Once again, that mark to beat 340.53. Donnie Sullivan has, well, he's laid down that big stick here tonight.
Absolutely. That's a good analogy, good way to put it. Came with a big stick, and he
knows how to use it.
He knows how to use it, there's no doubt. So he's still out there at 340 and 53, but can't count this one out.
No, absolutely. These Foster trucks, very tough. And, you know, take a look. We saw the lead come out of the middle part of the track, and look where the Fosters are going to roll out, right down the middle here.
Yep. Of course, the lineage of this machine is another fun one to look at and think about. If you go back to where you and I like to play in the 90s and 2000s, and if memory serves, this was the old Red Alert with Paul Ramey.
Yes.
Years ran Mid-South, and of course the Fosters have taken it and turned it into the cross-wired, and they've had great success with it. But you know, for those of us who have literally been around this game for many, many years, it's kind of hard for us to forget where these old birds have come from, for sure. And Paul Ramey was a character, good puller for many years. But Ethan Foster, here we go. He's knocking on the door. Not quite there, but a good run for that McMinnville, Tennessee-based cross-wired machine of Ethan Foster. There's a great look at that SSI 1471 setback supercharger.
Yeah, number 21 here out of our 26 here tonight. So you can see we're winding them down here.
For Foster Farms and Ethan Foster in the cross-wired.
And they were sporting them good-looking hats here this
Yeah,
afternoon.
I like those hats. Really like those hats. I said, hey, those hats are really nice. Give me a Woodbury hat, would you? I'll take one. I'll sport that.
Yeah, they were showing them off there. There, see, Dad's got one on right there. We're talking about the
beautiful.
hat.
Like just they all got this.
Just
I guess
like clockwork.
The winners at the Woodbury FFA poll all got those hats. I'm like, well, I didn't win anything, but can I have that hat? It's nice. I'll wear it.
So 334.31 here, 334.31. And right now good enough for the number 8 spot here for Ethan Foster.
334 and 31. Looks like Hannah Shepard might be coming back. I saw them kind of tighten things up over there. I don't know if she'll be up next. We'll kind of wait and see for them to swing around as to, who's coming back. But I did see them bringing her back.
Now, Donnie Sullivan is a guy that, we talked about, knows how to handle pressure. Now, we go back to the Farley event back in the early part of the season.
Yep.
And that, he drew number 1 hook.
Yep.
Went out as test puller, went out there, laid down an excellent run.
Yep.
Took that hook and held on through 40 trucks to win the class.
Yes, sir.
And you talk about, pressure, everybody going after you all night long. You know, it took about 2 hours to run the class, and he had done it. You know, so I mean, just the pressure of holding on. Yes, well, we talked about
here's
pressure.
here's the other side of the coin. You know, you come in, number 2 in the points. You come out of the number 25 position. You've just seen Donnie Sullivan do what he did, and now you know what you need to do. So you need to position yourself between the Buckeye Hauler and Donnie Sullivan, or you need to
current points leader. Here, he's got the cards on the table.
So he is your leader. So he's got to get out where Sullivan is to really kind of keep his streak alive here. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, now let's talk, Chase Richardson here, Litchfield, Kentucky, doing the driving here of a truck that he does not own.
Correct. You got to go to the state of Maryland for this. And, of course, Brian McDonald, who owns and operates this vehicle, is, campaigning for a championship in the mini rod ranks in Wauseon as we speak.
Yeah, 3 hours west of here. And he's running his own Mini and Chase's Minis out there.
Correct. So they kind of had a swap. I'll take the two-wheeler, you take the Minis, and we'll handle this for you. And they're both, vying for a championship.
So Chase Richardson going to spot that sled right around dead center here, right down the middle of the track here. Big run here for Chase.
Yeah, this is huge. And, again, he's got to be in the neighborhood of 340 and 53 or better. Better than that to go number 1 here.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, Mr. Chase.
We said, hey, come and get me. I think he might have.
Well, and again, that leader cone can be deceiving.
Yes,
I don't want to I don't want to tell you.
It's a good run.
It's a good, strong run, a good A to B pass. He's going to drive it off the track, and he's going to He's going to protect, I think, that points lead.
He did what he had to do. That basically, you lay the cards on the table. That's what he did here tonight. Chase Richardson, great run. Had some pretty much the same run we saw with Donnie Sullivan.
Absolutely. UD Motorsports. And they're all kind of shaking their hands down there, so it looks like 342.22.
New leader.
He needed to do that, and he did it. He needed that run, and boy, did he get it here in big fashion with 2 feet plus over that big stick. But again, we're not done.
We're not done.
We're not done.
And hats off to our track crew, Jim Miller and the crew out here building this track. That's all you can ask for is, 26 vehicles, and from top to bottom, we've got, pullers that hooked early in the class, currently sitting number 2, now back to number 3, the hang time truck. So, I mean, consistent from top to bottom.
Absolutely, but suffering sanity.
Man.
Oh, he came to play here. I mean, and Sullivan did too, but it's going to come down to big things here. Now, we've got 3 competitors yet tonight, but I'm already excited for tomorrow night. I don't know about you, but it's gonna hit the fan tomorrow night.
We have got a battle on our hands for tomorrow night. That is going to be awesome. Once again, join us here. My name is Dan Mayer, joined by Jeremy Krieger.
Happy to be with you. Thank you guys for
great to have Jeremy on hand.
Good to be with you as always, Dan Mayer. It's always a great opportunity when we get to announce a pull together.
Absolutely, and what a show we're seeing here tonight.
Unbelievable. I mean, best seat in the house.
Yes, this is great here tonight, and we're glad you fans are joining us here. Full Pull Live. We've got 2 events going here tonight, Wauseon, Ohio, and then we'll have both sessions here from Canton, Ohio here this weekend as we see our leaderboard now 342.22 as we are bringing out another guy that picked up his first Grand National win.
Yet another rookie winner this summer. So you can't count him out. The overtime 2 machine, Kerry Younger out of Eaton, Ohio. Does a little bit of region. And hooks with the Grand Nationals. I believe he pulls with Ohio State as well from time to time. But another strong running T-bucket out of the Buckeye State. There's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Big win in Rockwell, Iowa for his first ever Grand National win here.
Again, more de-icer going across the front of that injector hat.
Yeah, we talk about the smoker classes with the John Deere Ether.
Right.
And here we've got in the blower classes, we got all that de-icer we're spraying.
Well, you want to do that to keep them from freezing. It gets, the rotors are turning so fast in there, then bringing in air at such a rapid rate that if you touch that supercharger, it's cold.
320-ish here tonight. We've stacked up a whole bunch of trucks right in there. So we still have Jason Sullivan sitting back there, Marty Clock, and then Hannah Shepard. So 3 trucks still left to go here.
And we'll go directly into our second class of the night, which will be our light super stocks. 15 of them answering the call here tonight, and then we got pro stocks as well. 15 of them, and then we've got, believe it or not, 17 in our classic super stock ranks here tonight, and then we'll round it out with the light limited supers and 10 of those. So lots of pulling left, man. Stay with us here on Full Pull Live. So 323 and 87, 323 and 87, 323 feet, .87 for the overtime 2, and Kerry Unger puts him into the number 17th position.
Yeah, entries were still coming in here.
Right.
You know, we had everything, drivers meeting, and there were still entries rolling in here, and they updated the entry sheets here a couple times just to make sure that everybody had made it onto the sheets here. So it looks like we're going to go here with Jason Sullivan, the corn burner truck, the Dodge out of Edgewood, Iowa. He was one of our original test pullers before we reset that sled. Kind of lighten things up a little bit. And that was a good call.
Absolutely. I think they needed to do that, and I'm glad they did. With just in the first 2 competitors, like they got it early, they figured it out, and the class has gone very, very well. So the corn burner. And for Mike Janis Superchargers, out of the Hawkeye State, Edgewood, Iowa makes his home in the corn burner.
Yeah, another one of our first-time winners. We talked about that earlier. Tomah, Wisconsin this summer. He picked up a huge win over there, or I should say up there, with this 2008 Dodge Dakota here. Also picked up a championship earlier this year out on the PPL circuit as well. So the corn burner Dodge backing in here.
Another tough customer. Again, we're not done.
Of course, this Sullivan here, not related to the Sullivan
different,
that we got in the number 2 spot.
Different Sullivans, but
they kind of joke back and forth that this is the cousin. But
yeah, they play off one another's name for sure. But this is a good, strong runner, regardless of if they're related or not. The Iowa Sullivans and the Kentucky Sullivans were both pretty stout pullers.
Yeah, we see R.J. Simon out there helping out a little bit, helping out their fellow Northeast Iowa pullers here. Jason Sullivan and the Dodge. Let's see if he can do it. 342.22.
And the corn burner.
Well, Jason Sullivan, 2 runs here tonight with that corn burner Dodge as he pulls off the track here. So I'm going to have to say we'll probably have Marty Clock up next, and then Hannah Shepard. If they can get that, I know they were down there working on the truck.
Right, and looks a minute ago, it looks like they were kind of hooked back up and headed back towards the starting line with the machine, so we will see.
So number 16 spot here for Jason Sullivan with the corn burner.
324 and 74. So 324 and 74.
Okay, so they tell us from Tech Services, Hannah Shepard is going to be a scratch here tonight. They're not going to be able to get that truck fixed. So she, unfortunately, will be a scratch here tonight. So Marty Clock is going to be our final competitor here in 2-wheel drive. That's a real tough break.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard to see. No doubt about it. I know she was really excited to get in there and mix it up here tonight. But hopefully whatever is ailing that machine, they can work on it tonight and through the day tomorrow and get her back here tomorrow evening.
So we're down to one here. Marty Clock, Hartford City, Indiana, here with the Just Like Clockwork Chevy S10.
Kind of that old school look to the S10s of yesteryear, if you will. Nice, good, strong runner out of Hartford City, Indiana. Of course, he and Sullivan have already pulled once here tonight. We hooked our first two, and then they reset the class. So, putting another pass on these engines and that sort of thing sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. So we'll see. But Marty Clock will come out here, and then Just Like Clockwork be our last hook in our two-wheel drive division, and then we will reset our weight transfer machine and get right into the light superstock division.
Yeah, just about every time I say that, that you give these pullers another shot at the track, they will get things figured out.
Absolutely.
And, if you give them two shots, and we'll see what Marty's got for us here. Longtime puller here in the state of Indiana. As he's going to move that sled back over here, left-hand side. Final truck here in our class here tonight of super modified two-wheel drives. Chase Richardson leads the way, our current points leader here with the Suffer Insanity truck out of Litchfield, Kentucky. That 41 Willys at 342.22 leads the way. Donnie Sullivan sits number 2 at 340.53.
So all the way over on that far chalk line. So tightens up on the chain. Our last competitor in the two-wheel drive division here tonight for night number 1 of the Charlie Swartz Memorial at the Stark County Fair in beautiful Canton, Ohio. Here on Full Pull Live, here's Marty Clock.
Cross-tracked it here tonight, just not able to get a hold of the track here tonight. Work that left-hand sideline over to the right here. So that will conclude super modified two-wheel drive class here tonight. As we'll get the distance in here for Marty Clock. And like we said, Hannah Shepard not going to be able to make her run here tonight. She is going to be a scratch.
And that's unfortunate.
Not exactly sure what the problem with the hitch was, but they were not going to get it fixed here tonight. As we see the funny car style body here, the flip top.
Marty Clock taking the neck collar off, and the helmet and head sock will come off there. Good shot from our cameraman down there. And Just Like Clockwork. Nice.
So 338.17. Number 5 spot.
Not bad for the last hook in the class.
Yeah,
Track's holding up, and he's going to be tickled with that. I know I would be. 338.17 for the Just Like Clockwork. But I think the story of the evening is that Donnie Sullivan has moved where he needs to move for a late season surge, and Chase Richardson is blocking and protecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look here. As we said, Jesse Petro was number 2 in the points with the Buckeye hauler truck. As you can see, did not finish in that top 10 with that truck. The Taz truck was number 3 in points coming into tonight's show. He finished up in the 9th spot. So congratulations, Chase Richardson. He picks up career win number 7 on the Grand National Circuit here. Last win was Bowling Green last year, 1 year ago.
He had a second in Brandenburg this year on Saturday night with the machine. But, yes, he's been very super consistent and comes in tonight doing exactly what needed to happen. So Chase Richardson doing his thing.
So, yeah, as we can see, Big Stick Donnie Sullivan finishing up number 2. Great run here tonight for Nathan Faust with the Hang Time truck. Barbed Wire and Mr. Foster will finish up 4th. We just saw the Just Like Clockwork, Marty Clock, number 5 here tonight. Jesse Petro with the Cathy's Complaint, number 6. And then that truck out of Michigan, another good run here, top 10 finish.
Yep.
As we've got number 8 spot, we've got the 2 trucks out of Texas, 8th and 9th, the Shameless and the Taz. And then, of course, the Crosswired. Good night here for the Foster brothers.
Yep, absolutely. 4th and 10th, you're going to be tickled to death with those performances.
All right, we're going to send things down trackside with our winner. We got Chris DeVota down trackside.
But also a big night here in Canton as well. Okay, they don't have it. It's going to start. Down here trackside with Chase Richardson, and
I think he just won.
What he's doing right now is pretty big because he is watching what's happening in Wasion, watching
Holy
his
shit, he just won on my tractor. He won the points.
That is genuine.
326. He just fucking won, or just won. Sorry. Oh my god.
Genuine emotion because it's a big win. So your truck just won in Wasion, and what did you just do here in Canton?
We're kind of like inbred. This is his truck. I'm driving it. We just won. I'm literally in the winner's circle here. He's watching. He's running my tractor. Just took the win last hook. That's unbelievable.
So you're talking on Full Pull Live right here, but you're watching Full Pull Live right here.
Yeah.
And wearing Full Pull Live here.
Yeah, I heard y'all have a good stream. So, yeah. Sorry. Holy cow. That'll never happen the rest of my life. Yeah. Had a really good number tonight with this. I think a later hook was to our advantage. Everyone in this class is really, really, really good. So you need some luck sometimes. And our number was gave us some luck, and Donnie Sullivan kind of showed us a good lane to run, and we were after him and took advantage of it.
I'm glad you mentioned that because you went out on the track right before Donnie Sullivan's run. I saw you talking to an official. Your mouth was pointing towards him, but your eyes were all focused down on the track. What were you looking for?
I saw you over there in the background. I wanted to make you think I was doing something, but I'm not that smart. I was just kind of watching. Yeah, everyone's so good. This is going to be a hell of a show tomorrow. You know, we won, but there's one bad run, you can lose a championship. But I'm not good at math, but I do know if we can win again, we will not lose. So, but it's not going to be easy, and it should be fun to watch for everyone. Hopefully we don't screw it up.
Well, you had one of the last hooks tonight, so you knew you had opportunity because you saw that Jesse didn't have a great run. Did you change your game plan at all, knowing that maybe did you go more conservative, or did you stick to what you planned when you rolled out of the truck?
Well, this sled, we don't normally pull this sled, and combination is unique, and we're still learning stuff all the time. And we changed a few things for this sled, and luckily it worked tonight. So I was nervous. I'm not going to lie.
You didn't show it at all. Now you get to celebrate tonight, but what is the game plan? Nerves before you go to bed, knowing that tomorrow night is championship night.
Yeah, we'll service it, do our thing. Get up tomorrow, go through our normal stuff, and try to check little stuff from falling off of it and try not to screw up. So, hey, shout out, what a night. Brian McDonald won the points championship at Wasion, Ohio, and he just won my tractor. We won with his truck. He's a great friend, him and Brad Corporal, my dad, CJ there, taking care of everything. Love all those guys. I'll do what I can not to F it up tomorrow.
And you saw it all and heard it all live because you saw Chase's genuine reaction as he was watching. Back to you guys.
All right, so we're back here with the light superstock, 6,200 pounds light superstock class, as we've got Brandon Phillips getting us rolling here with his John Deere tractor. And as you can see, well, as our test puller, not what he was looking for.
Not at all, but luckily he can turn it down.
Yeah, absolutely. Good news, bad news situation. Well, bad news, good news right there for Brandon.
Well, and again, these machines are, as we touched a little bit earlier, the front wheels go up in the air. You got to steer with the brakes, and it looks to me like that tractor just took off on him, and he had to stab that brake to try to keep it in bounds, and was maybe just a little bit late trying to predict it. So, as you can see very clearly across the line there, he will have the opportunity to turn that pass down.
Yeah, that tractor right now sitting number 3 in the points. And we talked about that earlier in the night. We have got one heck of a points battle going here.
We do.
Light super stock class. We've got Terry Blackburn, Colton Whitworth, John Deere International, one-on-one battle here.
One for the ages, David versus Goliath. You know, Blackburn's won everything there is to win in every class. The Cheeziks are on top of the world in both the heavy class and the light class. And then Colton Whitworth trying to get in there and just have his moment of glory and do it one time. So hopefully he can stay close here tonight, and it's going to be a great battle. But we'll talk a little bit about light supers. 6,200 pounds with the driver. They're limited to 505 cubic inches. No V-type engines, overhead cams, or permitted. The chassis may be as originally manufactured or an aftermarket. The chassis tractors must weigh, a light super must retain the stock appearance with the hood and the grille in place. Max tire size 30.5 by 32, and they run a 20-inch drawbar.
Absolutely. When it's all said and done, they're cranking of about 4,000 horsepower nowadays, allowed to run up to 4 turbochargers on these tractors. Just a lot of horsepower in a small weight package, and sometimes makes for some real exciting runs. That's for sure. Light supers, and we've got 15 of them. Great field here in Canton, Stark County Fairgrounds. Once again, here the Charlie Swartz Memorial Pull, our second class here of the evening here on Full Pull Live. We just saw Chase Richardson, points leader in our two-wheel drive division, as he picked up the big win here.
Yes, we did. And what a night it's going to be tomorrow night. I'm already excited, Dan Mayer. This is going to be just super fun to watch these two-wheelers tomorrow. But here comes Scott Whitworth. Or I guess Colton's going to drive both of them here tonight, you said. So Colton behind the wheel on both. Of course, he's going to be out a little bit later with the machine that's actually, in the hunt for the points.
Yep,
that was the Express.
Plan. Yep, that was the plan. We can see Scott out front going to back his son in here to the weight transfer machine. You can see the NK Seeds sponsored bin buster here. John Deere 4010 here. Actually, I think these are John Deere 4020s on both of these tractors here. Out of Worthington, Missouri. That's in the northern Missouri, almost Iowa, as they are right almost on the border there.
Farmers down that way farm quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. and actually into the spray drone market. That's something that Colton's been working on.
That would be interesting to see.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we learned a few things.
Yeah, we learned a lot this weekend about shooting guns on horseback and now spray drones.
Spray drones, yes. Here we go, the bin buster. All right, so Colton Whitworth, the bin buster. Now, this tractor was a winner here 1 year ago, Friday night. And right here, our second hook of the class. It'll be interesting to see if we made any type of adjustment on the sled there after Brandon Phillips. Because if we made an adjustment, that means that Mr. Whitworth here will have the option. They'll move that test pull status over here to Mr. Whitworth.
Right, and I didn't hear from tech services as to whether or not that happened or not, but a good strong run for the Whitworth machine. Scott or Colton doing the driving here tonight, and again, he'll get the jitters out in the bin buster and kind of get his bearings, and then make a pass in his tractor here in a little bit.
So 318 and 17, 318 and 17 will set the mark here.
317 and 4 or 318 and 17.
All right, well, we'll get for sure what the distance was here. From tech services here, from our laser crew down at the end of the track. So there it is.
There it is, 317 and 4.
So it's been officially confirmed, 317.40 for Colton Whitworth here. And I think that's a pretty good sled setting.
Yeah, I think so
where
too.
We're sitting right now. We saw that with the two-wheel drive class. We saw the first couple hooks. Sled seemed a little bit heavy, but I think we might be able to stretch it out here a little bit as these big tire tractors go to work here. As well, we see another hired gun here. Bobby Jones going to be doing the driving here of the red tractor. This is owned by the Schrammick family out of Williamsburg, Missouri.
Yep.
Bobby himself has his own tractor. Says,
Field sobriety.
Yep. He says that, talked to him earlier today. He says, I just want to kind of go out. This is a totally different setup than his tractor. And he says it's kind of really different to drive. And he says, if I brought my other tractor out here, I just confuse myself. So a different turbo setup on this tractor. Of course, both the tractors come out of the Blackburn stable.
Right, and of course, it's interesting to see the Schrommicks every once and again will throw you a curveball. And it's usually always orange, but every so often they'll throw a green one in or a red one in.
Absolutely, yes.
And we've been known to have a 6-engine modified tractor from time to time.
Yeah. And last weekend we saw, the Schrammick, we saw another one of the grandsons pick up a victory out on the national circuit, so that was good to see.
Right.
Part of the Schrammick pulling family. But here we go, Bobby Jones,
and again,
our first red one of the night. He calls it red.
And these tractors are pulling 40,000 plus pounds at over 34, 35 miles an hour. And here comes red.
All right, so Bobby Jones and the red tractor here. Bobby out of Pleasant Hill, Illinois. The hired gun on the red tractor here tonight, the Schrammick family. And, well, congratulations. Got to go out to Braden and his wife.
You're right, correct.
A brand new baby.
And clearly, some... So they're saying he crossed the line. I know that I saw that, but... I don't know if we can see a replay on that from the long angle or not, but
from the head-on shot
saying
there.
He crossed the chalk. It looked to me like he was hard on the brakes, but I from this angle, it's very hard to see if he went out. But tech officials are advising he is a disqualification here.
Yeah, definitely a tough break there for Bobby Jones with the red tractor. Of course, that tractor originally came out of Wisconsin.
Right.
Schrammick's bought it a few years back.
And again, I don't know if our folks in the booth can show that replay, but I'd be interested to take a look at that follow up. And again, they're relining the chalk there, so I guess it's possible he did cross over, but
okay. All right, so there we can see on the screen DQ for the red tractor, Bobby Jones. Tough break there for Bobby.
Absolutely.
And he'll have another shot tomorrow night. As we move along here in our light superstock competition, we should have Daniel Northcutt here, Bradyville, Tennessee, on the edge. Our next tractor coming up here, going to be followed by Adam Spiegelberg, and then, the man tied for the points there, Terry Blackburn. By the luck of the draw, we're going to have Terry Blackburn with the Considered Armed and Dangerous and Colton Whitworth back-to-back here. So first we'll bring out the first of the Martin tractors here. Daniel Northcutt going to be doing the driving. These tractors owned by Martin Daniel out of Bradyville, Tennessee. Mr. Northcutt, he is Martin's nephew.
Okay. Yeah, I always wondered how that works. I haven't. You see them from time to time, both here and down south in places, but I know they are both perfectly capable machines, and the on-the-edge machine of Daniel Northcutt doing the driving here tonight.
Yeah, this is the on-the-edge tractor. This was the one that was our 2023 National Farm Machinery Show champion. And, of course, the National Farm Machinery Show coming up in February. Tickets are going to go on sale here in September. We'll get you the next couple weeks here when that date will be. But once again, the championship tractor pool coming up in Louisville.
Second weekend in February. I'll be here before you know it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're already at Labor Day weekend, so it's
it'll be
on the edge. They've done a lot of pulling here this summer. Martin Tractors. Daniel Northcutt going to be doing the driving here. Case International MX 210.
And they're towing that line too, straight down that right-hand chalk line, or left-hand chalk line, as it were.
Yeah, right down the line here for Daniel Northcutt here tonight. Light super stock class. Once again, we got 15 in our class here tonight.
So on the edge, the AMX 210, Case IH makes his pass. So up next will be the Detonator Black. 305.90. 305 and 90. 305 and 90 for the On the Edge and Daniel Northcutt as we get ready for the Weyauwega, Wisconsin-based Detonator Black to come back with us here. And I talked to him a little bit earlier today. Adam's been super busy, not just pulling, but with the business back there in Wisconsin. They do a lot of custom screeding, concrete laying for big manufacturing warehouses and buildings all across the state of Wisconsin. And he said, if they have a big job this weekend, and then he basically had to get his brother and other family members there to do that so he could come pull in.
There we can see on the screen the Phillips tractor that made a run, and everybody's got those.
Yeah, they're trying to cool them down real fast. It looks like Kyle Carlin's over there, and everybody's got their leaf blowers trying to get this engine a little bit cooler.
A little bit cooler.
The Detonator Black coming in here. Next, out of Weyauwega, Wisconsin. Sort of an up and down season for him.
Yeah, Adam himself, a two-time former Grand National champion. Started off the season with a win down in Benson, North Carolina. And really, after that, he's, like you said, kind of been an off-season here for him. Normally, we've seen him, challenge for a few victories here and there.
Always sort of kind of in the hunt, forced to be reckoned with wherever they show up. And again, they've kind of just had a season where they've been good, and then they've been, kind of middle of the road, and they've been good again, and kind of middle of the road. So I know he's hoping to have a good showing here this weekend aboard this Detonator machine out of America's Dairyland. Comes to us from Weyauwega, Wisconsin.
Yeah, currently sitting number 6 here in Grand National points, and after this weekend would like to move hopefully into that top 5 here with a strong, solid weekend here.
All fighting that left.
Yeah,
it's just wanting to take them left.
I think we're going to see somebody, try it down the right side here. I think we've kind of wore out that left side here a little bit early on in the class there. As you can see, adjust the camera at the end of his run.
Right.
His competitors will have the cameras. Of course, the data loggers on these tractors.
And they actually then match up the camera with, the data, so he can see his RPMs, and he can see, cylinder head temperatures and all kinds of different things as they, compare to the run and time codes. So 310.60, 310.60, 310 feet 60 for Adam Spiegelberg and the Detonator Black out of Wisconsin. Good for the number 2 position. Colton Whitworth still in the lead at 317.40.
So John Deere leads the way here. A couple internationals will fall in behind as Adam Spiegelberg parks the Detonator Black in that number 2 spot here. Just about 7 feet almost exactly behind. Daniel Northcutt sits number 3 on the Edge tractor as well. We've got our current points leader going to be up next here. That's going to be Terry Blackburn. 1 win on the summer with this tractor. As we see our On the Edge team, the pull sled we're using here tonight. Of course, that makes it tough, for the pullers. You're not dealing with the same sled. We usually pull the Bauer sleds, I'd say 8 times out of 10 throughout the summer on the Grand National Circuit.
Especially on the Grand National Circuit, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
We do have, down in Brandenburg, Kentucky, they use different sled down there.
Yep, they have the Southern Express down that way. And I believe that's the old Sam Swan sled, or one of them. I think they have that in their in their group. They have 3 or 4 down there with Southern Express, Bo Simpson and his team. But here comes that MX210. What can you say about this tractor that hasn't already been said?
Yes.
Considered armed and dangerous. A whole host of unbelievable statistics with this machine here tonight. And, of course, Terry, kind of in a good spot point-wise coming into the evening.
Yeah, one of them we touched on just a couple weeks ago out at Bowling Green, Ohio, was Team Chiswick. Mike Chiswick, the owner of the team, 17 rings he's got in his possession over the years, and how many championships, all-time leader as far as light super stock wins goes, and championships, and in both the light class as well as the heavy class.
Right, and this tractor, 5 titles, 14, 15, 17, 18, and 23 with both Terry and Brian Kors. So here we come now.
And what else would you expect
yes.
there? Terry Blackburn,
okay,
smooth as glass right
just
there.
like butter, they say.
Terry, of course, out of Shullsburg, Wisconsin, considered armed and dangerous. This is the Case International MX210.
And I don't know about armed, but he's pretty dangerous. That was an unbelievable pass. We'll see what the distance shows us here, but what a strong run here for the considered armed and dangerous here tonight. Terry Blackburn for Chiswick Motorsports, and they're going to move the chains. How about 334 and 71? 334 and 71. 334 feet, 7-1 for considered armed and dangerous. We have a new leader.
So following here, we've got Colton Whitworth. He'll bring out the NK Seeds Yield Express tractor. That's the tractor right there in the points battle here with Terry Blackburn. Terry one win on the summer, that in Rockwell, Iowa, earlier this year.
So lots of strong runners yet to appear, but a good pass, 334 and 71. And if you're Colton Whitworth, what are you thinking right now?
Well, you know what you got to do. I
Yep.
mean, that's one thing right there. It's Terry laid it out on the table. Here you go.
Yeah, here
Come
it
and
is.
get me.
Come find me.
Terry, the defending Grand National champion in the light super stock class. And, we talk about Terry, most of his success has come with the heavier tractors.
For sure, yeah. I've been
the old slow ride, and then moving on into the, extremely armed and dangerous tractor over the years, driving for Mike Chiswick. He's himself a 5-time champion over the years. And here we go. Colton Whitworth brings out that John Deere 4020 Yield Express.
So, and of course, Chiswick has 13 titles between these two tractors, the heavy tractors and the light tractors, all of his stable. He has 13 Grand National titles, and I was trying to add one this weekend for sure, but this Yield Express could throw a wrench in it here. Worthington, Missouri-based Colton Whitworth doing the driving here. But again, 334 and 71 is the new mark to beat for Colton here. Larry Phillips will be on deck in the extremely insane machine out of Vine Grove, Kentucky. And then we'll see Marcus Wedelson.
Yeah, just like we said with Terry Blackburn, 1 win on the season, 1 win here for Colton Whitworth with this tractor down in Benson, North Carolina, to start off the season.
And he's lined it up a little further to the middle just because he's seen a lot of them taking it left. So we'll see. Will he drive her straight? Bring it cross track kind of to the right. We'll see what the Yield Express has up his sleeve here. Here is Colton Whitworth.
This is going to be close here. Good run here. Now we see the marker out there, the Beck's full pull sign out there.
Yeah, like I say, it's too close to call from this perspective, but a good strong run. I don't think he had to touch the brake very much, if at all. So, maybe playing some strategy here.
Yeah, had to go better than 334.71 to take over that number 1 spot. 334.71.
So just a bit short. 320 and 34. 320.34. 320 feet 34 for the Yield Express. Good for the number 2 spot currently.
So right now, Colton needs no other tractors to get in between him right now. He wants to stay in sight here of that considered armed and dangerous tractor, so he's got to hope that nobody else gets up in there and mixes it up here for him. As you said, Larry Phillips will be up next here, Marcus Wedelson, and then Rex Kuhn with his Letterbuck tractor. Our next 3 up here in light superstock competition. Once again, you're watching Full Pull Live. Got 2 events going here simultaneously here this weekend. Friday night, Labor Day weekend. We're here in Canton, Ohio, and the Stark County Fairgrounds. We also got
hoping
Wauseon.
to see some results.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to know what's happening in Wauseon and who won the mini mods. I know they've already pulled. I'm getting messages and text messages saying that they've already pulled there, and people are switching over to watch us now. So I need to pull up the results here in a minute to see if we can figure out what's going on in Wauseon. But right now we're on the track with Larry Phillips. Look at this view. This is pretty cool. Backing up here with the Extremely Insane machine coming to us out of Vine Grove, Kentucky. Larry Phillips.
Yeah, it's just south of the Louisville area.
Yep.
Of course, the Brandenburg event, he is very involved.
Actively involved, yes, with the Meade County Fair, and does quite a bit with the track building process, and did a whole lot of excavating and building that the tunnel you go down into and the arena there. All Phillips Brothers stamps on it for sure.
And had a big win down there.
He did.
And they always say the hardest pull to win is the one right in your backyard. And well, you talk about
not a dry eye in the house there. Right, that evening I was there, had the opportunity to interview him in the winner's circle. Very humble in victory, but you could tell it meant a lot to him. So here he comes. Here's Larry Phillips.
So a good run there for Larry Phillips. Extremely Insane here tonight. It's an Case International 210 tractor. And I think we're going to see him start moving around a little bit here. Light super stock class. We've kind of been working on that left of center spot on the track here.
Yeah, they got nothing to lose at this point. So, start kind of moving things around. See if you can find another spot or a pass on another part of the track. Well, let's go to the Pro Stockers down here. Loading ice. There's that old 2805 Warpath. We'll see him out a little bit later.
Yeah, putting an ice in there for the intercooler. Of course, the intercooler cools that inlet air going into that turbocharger, makes that air, I think it drops at about 50 to 70 degrees.
Absolutely, and they'll burn through 100 pounds of it in a pass. 303 and 46. 303.46 for Larry Phillips.
So Pro Stock tractors will be coming up next year as we see Carlton Cope's tractor as they put that ice in there. Ready for that intercooler, more or less like a radiator.
Right. And of course, the theory behind it is, bringing in the cooler air makes it more dense.
Makes more horsepower.
Makes more horsepower.
Of course, Carlton coming off a big win 1 week ago, Saturday night over there in Wellington, Ohio. That was the last Grand National look for the Pro Stocks, as they will be our next class here at the conclusion of our light super stock class. So Terry Blackburn leads the way here with the considered armed and dangerous, 334.71. Colton Whitwer sits number 2 with the Yield Express at 320.34. And then it looks like we'll put, Colton will be number 3 with his other tractor, the Binbuster, at 317.40. So Marcus Wedelson up next year out of Postville, Iowa, the Gunpowder and Lead tractor. Now, Here's a tractor that definitely knows how to mix it up here. A former Grand National champion here on the circuit back in 2013. Postville, Iowa, up there in northeast Iowa. Started out years ago running super farm tractors before moving on up here into the light class.
We have the opportunity to see him in Brandenburg as well. Always fun to watch this machine. He's a tough runner out of the state of Iowa, and he can get the job done here, no question about it. 334 and 71 is the mark to beat. Terry Blackburn on the top of the pile currently. But here comes that gunpowder and lead.
Oh, man, tough break right there. Now, Marcus came in here number 4 in points here and had a shot at it. And unfortunately, we see trouble right past that 100-foot mark. Now, every competitor has 2 attempts to make a measurable distance. If you don't get past that 100-foot mark, and we'll wait and see officially. All right, so looks like they are going to measure Marcus here. A tough break there for the gunpowder and lead tractor.
181.
So it looks like 181.45 the distance here. 181.45 for Marcus.
That's a tough break.
Yeah, he's talking right now with our starting line flagman. He's saying, yeah, you can see he's yeah, he's giving the old what for down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see he's definitely saying, hey, I
was out of it.
Now the rule says
100
you
feet.
have to make an attempt to get out of it before that 100-foot mark. So, you know, it's kind of one of those, track officials say, hey, you did not get out of it before that 100-foot mark. That will have to be measured. Yeah, that's a tough break there. That's going to hurt him here tonight.
Yeah, definitely not what he was looking for. This machine all the way out of Iowa.
So Larry Phillips sitting in the number 5 spot in points. He would be, the one that would gain on this situation here. Adam Spiegelberg as well. So we'll see how everything will shake out here tonight. We've still got, we've got about half the class left to run here.
We still
as
have
Rex Kuhn makes it out on the track here. Coming off a big win 1 week ago over in Wellington, Ohio. Currently sitting in the number 9 spot in points. A 2-time Bowling Green ring winner. Got a big farming operation there, south central Indiana, just south of Indianapolis there, Morristown, Indiana. You can see right up on there, R&B Coon Farms up there in Morristown. About 5,600 acres they've got up there. The Letterbuck John Deere.
Tough runner, no doubt about it. Again, he had a couple of good weekends this summer. But he had good strong weekends in Meade County as well. Like he had top 3 finishes both nights with his machine there.
Getting the winner here 1 year ago, Saturday night, here in Canton.
Can't count him out, Mr. Rex Kuhn.
See, looks like we got Gary Carlin down there giving him a hand. So let's see what the Letterbuck can do here tonight. John Deere 7250R.
Our mark to beat continues to be 334 and 71 for considered armed and dangerous Terry Blackburn.
Oh, man.
Man, this is
gremlins
tonight.
Well, these alcohol engines, you know what they say. They can be pretty finicky sometimes, and we're seeing it here tonight. Unfortunately, a couple of our big heavy hitters here, last couple tractors having problems out here in our light super stock class, 6,200 pound class.
And I don't know if did he back out before 100? Like, we'll have to see what the ruling is here. It looks like
Yeah, Rex had some breakage after the Rockwell, Iowa event. Actually got a head gasket down there, and they were thrashing, getting this tractor ready to go for Bowling Green, and really made some nice runs there in Bowling Green as we see our field of pro stocks down there getting ready to go. Once again, a great turnout of the pro stock tractor. So it looks like 202.52. Unfortunate there for Rex, 202.52 for the Letterbuck. So as we take a look at our lineup here, well, it looks like we're going to have Philip Lawrence doing the driving here over the Edge tractor. It's another one of Martin Daniels' tractors. As Philip is going to be doing the driving here. The second tractor, Zach Linville, out of Versailles, Indiana, with the Ridge Runner, and then Craig Smith out of Pike, New York. Whiskey's Fine. Our next three tractors coming up here.
This is a pretty tractor. I always enjoy watching this one. Another one of those Mid-South Woodbury, Tennessee-based machines we saw on the Edge, and this is over the Edge.
Yeah, this is a brand new tractor for the Martin Daniel for 2023. Actually, they won a championship on the PPL circuit just about a month ago with this tractor. And good to see Philip back behind the wheel here doing the driving. Bradyville, Tennessee, just southeast of Nashville. So once again, 334.71. Terry Blackburn, he's way out there. He says, hey, come and get me if you can. Of course, we got their team tractor coming up down here towards the bottom of the field. Cody Chiswick with the excessive force tractor. But first things first, we got the over the Edge tractor here out of Tennessee. It's going to be Philip Lawrence.
So he's tightening up, cinching those belts, pumping those brakes up to put pressure. Getting ready. Here we go.
Yeah, a little bit light on the nose there. I think we hit the wheelie bars one time, and normally when that happens, going to be a little bit short on the distance here for Philip Lawrence here tonight.
Yeah, every time you unload those rear tires, you kind of lose that forward momentum. But he still made it well past the 300-foot mark, so...
Yeah, so it looks like pull distance here tonight for Philip Lawrence with the over the Edge tractor going to be 302.07 is what they're telling us. 302.07. As we see Colt Whitworth down there. He's down there in the end of the track. He's watching, seeing where these distances fall here tonight. Once again, Pro Stock tractors will be up next year. We've got 5 classes of competition coming at you. Stark County Fairgrounds here, as once again Terry Blackburn leads the way, 334.71. Colton Whitworth with that Yield Express number 2 at 320.34, and then Colton again, number 3 spot with the Bin Buster at 317.40. And we're starting to wind things down here. Hook number 11 will be up next, and that'll be Zach Linville out of Versailles, Indiana, with the Ridge Runner tractor. That's John Deere.
And the 4840, the Ridge Runner, as he comes in. I know they had a solid Bowling Green.
Yes, absolutely.
Very happy with their performance up there. And, Zach, I think, was kind of down on their program most of the season. And they really put it together up there at the National Tractor Pulling Championships and kind of gained some momentum and some confidence. And that old Ripley County Ridge Runner is back at him here tonight, the old John Deere 4840.
Yeah, Versailles, Indiana, up there in Ripley County, Indiana, south central Indiana. And as you said, had some breakage early on in the summer there, and got the tractor back together for Bowling Green. Made a test pass a week previous, and really was happy with that performance. And as you said, a nice Bowling Green here for this team. And looking here towards the end of the season, close things out with just a real nice end of their 2024 season. Yeah, another tractor pulling off to that left side here.
Well, and they got to one wheel in on him, and almost like he kind of backed out of the throttle there to kind of get it straightened back out, unfortunately. But, yeah, they're hugging that line down there.
Of course, the Linville team, a father-son pulling team.
Yep.
Zach the son, Chris the dad. Yeah, we can see the look on Zach's face there. Not happy after that run here tonight. It's been a tough one. This
absolutely.
Track is
this
really,
track and
these
a
curveball.
Tractors can be a little finicky, and the track doesn't seem to want to play nice with them.
Of course, they'll have another go of it. Session 2 tomorrow night, once again, 7 o'clock, right here on Full Pull Live. Also, make sure you do get your picks in, Full Pull Picks. You can get your picks in before every class starts. Once it starts, the class closes. But they do have a bunch of picks here this weekend. Multiple events here throughout the weekend. As we spent some of Jason Schultz's money just a couple days ago.
Yeah, and I have no idea how our bets turned out.
Yeah, we'll see how.
I'm sure we'll find that out.
So we'll get the distance in here for Zach Linville out of Versailles, Indiana, the Ridge Runner tractor.
.286 and 26. 286.26. 286 feet and 26 for the Ridge Runner. And again, Dan, I know, to your point, he's not going to be happy with that performance, but he'll be back tomorrow night. So your leader continues to be Terry Blackburn at 334 and 71. Colton Whitworth in the number 2 spot, 320 and 34. Colton Whitworth in the number 3 spot, 317 and 40. And the Detonator Black, Adam Spiegelberg, 310 and 60 for the number 4 spot. And the On the Edge machine, 305.90, Daniel Northcutt, currently in the number 5 position. So Pike, New York, Whiskey's Fine up next.
Yeah, we're going to go back up here, Western New York, just southeast of the Buffalo area here. Craig Smith, Whiskey's Fine.
Believe it or not, Dan Mayer, this is an actual John Deere industrial gray color.
Yes.
A lot of people are like, why did you paint this tractor that color? Well, it is a actual John Deere color. I talked to Craig about it, and he said they wanted something a little bit different, but they wanted to stay true to the brand, and this was a color that, sort of an industrial gray that they utilize on some of their John Deere equipment, so they painted it this color.
Yeah, Craig getting back behind the wheel here of the Whiskey's Fine tractor a couple of years ago. A longtime crewman with Jason Hoopman for so many years. Actually, Jason and him campaigned a white tractor back in their early days of pulling. back in the early 2000s.
And Hootman, what can you say about that guy in this class specifically? But
absolutely.
Kind of hope to see him out here again one of these days.
And of course, Craig, big Enderley win last year with this tractor. Finished out the 2023 season. This John Deere 7830 in the winner's circle there. The Enderley pull-off coming up just a couple weeks here.
Yep, Urbana.
2 weeks from this weekend.
Urbana, Ohio. So 334 and 71 is what we're chasing.
Nice run right there for Craig. The Whiskey's Fine out of Pike, New York. Nice straight pass here. Had that weight just set just about perfect.
Absolutely. Good strong run. And he didn't seem to fight the chalk line over there. He did straight pass. Just a little alcohol burn off there. Nothing to be worried about. Of course, these are diesel engines converted to run on alcohol. .302 and 81. 302 and 81. 302 feet, .81 for the Whiskey's Fine machine and Mr. Craig Smith.
So there you can see our top five. Once again, no change here in our top five. Light super stock class. Just looks like 2 tractors left to go. We've got Cody Chiswick with the Armed and Dangerous Excessive Force tractor, and then we will fill out the class here with Brandon Phillips coming back with his John Deere. Doesn't have a name on that one just yet. The John Deere 7310R.
It took a while for us to adjust to those guys going green, you know.
Yeah.
As many red tractors as they've always had, you know, they've got a green one now. So,
yes, here's young Cody making his way out on the track. Now, we saw last year Cody out on the Grand National Circuit was concentrating on the heavy tractors.
Right.
Dad had said we kind of want to get him, you know, accustomed to the heavy tractor first before we turn him loose on the light tractor. And here for 2024, Cody out on the light tractor running with Terry Blackburn. Has had a couple victories. Currently sits number 8 in the points.
Yep.
But like I said, the big part here is the victories. You know, a couple victories, one up in Toma and Brandenburg, Kentucky.
And he's a good, strong runner. I mean, he's grown up in the sport. You know, he's been doing this since he was little. From a crew member perspective, watching and learning. And, you know, I think these next generation of pullers, you know, having literally grown up in the sport, I think we're just sort of scratching the surface as to what these guys and gals can do. And Cody Chiswick is in that group. You know, a high school student out of Wisconsin, a tough runner here. That Armed and Dangerous Excessive Force. And again, he's looking for his teammate. 334 and 71 is the mark to beat. We'll see what he can do here.
All right, so we can see on this run here, Cody did not get past that 100-foot mark.
Yeah, he's definitely way out of it.
Yeah, just did not light here for him. We see starting line flagman down there. They're going to back him right up here.
You do get 2 attempts to get past that 100-foot mark. Just going to take him on back. Got to keep those wheels straight. You want to make sure you got it as straight as you can be. Terry Blackburn there kind of watching things over.
So once again, we're here live, full pull live here, Canton, Ohio, session number 1 here. My name's Dan Mayer, joined by Jeremy Krieger here tonight.
Hi, Dan. Happy to be with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
For night number 1 of the Charlie Swartz Memorial here in Canton. But, you know, Wasion happening as we speak as well. And full pull live, very popular here tonight.
All right, Cody having to do some driving out there.
It wanted to take him to the right that time.
We see a little bit of blow by there.
Some excessive liquid there. But a good, strong run for Cody. You're right. He had to fight it. He had to keep it straight there. He wanted to take him right, and he kind of straightened her out there.
Now, right now, Colt Whitmore's hoping that not able to get in between himself and Terry here. We'll wait here officially on the distance here for Cody.
.315 even. 315 even. 315.00 for Cody Chizek.
Okay, so that's exactly what Colton was looking for. As we move on into, well, we've still got one more tractor left to go here. And a points running tractor here, Brandon Phillips.
Brandon Phillips will be up next. And again, he exercised his option. And I don't know if they reset the class or not. I never did find that out, but he will be back. So they cooled that tractor down. He's seen everybody make their hooks, and he will have one more crack at it here with this John Deere out of Vine Grove, Kentucky.
Now, currently number 3 in the points. He could really throw a wrench in this if he went by both of them.
Absolutely.
Here.
That'd be a whole new ball game for sure. But, wow, 334 is the high water mark, and it's quite the mark to aim for right now.
Yeah, big distance here is that we do have a couple of these scratches here on our lineup here from earlier in the week. Brent Payne with the Galat tractor not able to be here. Brandon Phillips with their third tractor, I should say, the Insanity tractor that came back out on the circuit here. And
beautiful
then Mark
piece.
Gettinger's John Deere not able to be here as well. So we had 3 tractors not make it. As Brandon Phillips here will have the final word in our light superstock class. John Deere 7310R.
So the 7310 John Deere.
Yeah, it's an interesting story how this tractor ended up in Vine Grove, Kentucky via Farley, Iowa.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, we talked to RJ earlier. The Simons sort of have this penchant for buying tractors and trucks and pulling them a while and then selling them off. And I think this was one of those cases where the Phillips family decided they could gobble this one up.
Yeah, it's really this year has been really a good season here for this tractor. Gives us a thumbs up here. So here, this will be it. Our last shot here, light superstock class. Brandon Phillips and John Deere.
334 and 71 is the mark to aim for here. Terry Blackburn continues to lead.
Oh man, just like that, almost a mirror image of
Absolutely.
that first hook.
Yeah, they're just. It seems like the track's wanting to take them one way or the other, and the brakes have to be used. And unfortunately, anytime you have to tap that brake, you're going to lose that momentum. So we'll mark the distance for you for the Phillips tractor of John Deere.
Yeah, as we see Brandon take his helmet off, not happy.
Yeah, dejected to
not
say the
happy,
least.
yeah.
2 passes at it and fighting the brakes hard one direction and then the other direction.
So that will conclude our light superstock class here, session number 1 here in Canton, Ohio. So we are down to 1 session for both the 2-wheel drive as well as the light supers to conclude their season. We'll get our finishers up here in just a minute. And we'll get things ready to go. Pro Stock pulling next up. 15 tractors on the docket here. See Dad Larry down there. So we'll wait here officially on our finishers as we see Colt Whitworth down there talking to Craig Smith after their runs here. A couple John Deere guys going over their notes, no doubt. So here we'll get up our top finishers here for our light super stock class. Well, we know one thing for sure. Terry Blackburn going to pick up career win number 8 here in the light super stock class here tonight with a great run of 3:34.71. Number 2 spot will be Colton Whitworth with his Yield Express tractor at 3:20 and 34. Third spot will be Colton again with the Bin Buster this time around at 3:17.40. Fourth spot will go to Cody Chiswick with the Armly Dangerous Excessive Force tractor at 3:15 even. And then rounding out our top 5 finishers here in light super stock class will be Daniel Northcutt with the On the Edge tractor at 3:05.90 here tonight. So Pro Stock Tractor is going to be up next year as we start to load the wagon down there. Our On the Mark sled will add those 2,000-pound weights here.
15 of them answering the call here. And our 10,000-pound Pro Stocks here tonight. Big Smoke, as we call it.
Yeah, one of the most popular classes you see throughout the country. And the Pro Stock tractors, they do a lot of pulling on the Grand National Circuit throughout the summer. As this will be hook number 19 out of 22 for this class on the NTPA circuit. And the amazing part, we've had 12 different winners, which is pretty close. Got to be close to a record here. We'll get a little bit of time here. We'll be able to go down and check on that record. But all right, so it looks like we are going to go down to Chris Devoda. Has got both our first and second here tonight here in Canton. We'll send things down to Krista.
Well, coming into tonight, Terry Blackburn and Colton Whitworth were tied for the points lead. As viewers, we love that. I don't know if these guys do, but Terry Blackburn had the first hook. Tell us about your run.
Oh, we had a great pass. I always said 1 out of 10, you get one like that. It just felt great. There's nothing more we could do. And it tied to the track, and everything was great. It's running when we got done. So I'm super excited about that run.
Terry gets the win tonight, but Colton, you had the hook right after him, and then you had to wait in case another tractor might wedge in between you. You come home second tonight. How do you sleep tonight knowing you might have to do something big tomorrow?
Oh, we feel great. To come out second with this tough group of competitors. They're the best light supers in the country, so to get second with them, that means a lot.
You called it a good run, too. What do you do tonight maybe to change? Do you make any changes before tomorrow?
No, they just look it over and do our maintenance and make sure everything's good to go for tomorrow.
All right, of course, we'll be watching. You'll be watching here on Full Pull Live tomorrow night. Championship on the line between these two.
There are people who are
all right, so we're back here in Canton, Ohio, session number 1 here at the Stark County Fairgrounds. And Jeremy, we're ready to go pro stock pulling here tonight. 10,000-pound pros.
We are, and to get us started will be the Mac Nasty, Mr. Mike Connie from just down the road a piece, Beloit, Ohio. Of course, the Mac Trailer and Alliance is right here in Stark County. One of the the businesses in this area that kind of helps provide employment to a lot of the residents here of Stark County. So a lot of things going on with the Mac Trailer folks and employees here this weekend. For that John Deere 8410 known as Mac Nasty will be our test puller. Mike Connie, of course, the owner and operator of Mac Trailer, be with us here tonight to get us started. And then there's that Massey you're looking at, that old familiar warpath, Massey Ferguson. We'll be watching those header pipes glow orange here in just a little bit.
Absolutely. 10,000-pound pros, 680 cubic inches underneath the hood of these tractors. They'll run one single turbocharger. They're limited to 6 inches on the exhaust side. There is no limit as of right now on the inlet side for these turbochargers. And when you talk about making horsepower, they're making right in the range of 5,000 horsepower. And what's interesting about that, I had the chance to talk to Scott Typen a couple weeks, well, it was actually a couple months ago.
Sure.
And he had said 10 years ago we were making half that. We
Right.
were making about 2,500. And he said just the gains that we have made in pro stock pulling in the last 10 years has just been unbelievable. So.
Well, and the size of the turbos
Oh.
as well. I mean, and the technology associated with, making bigger horsepower and it. I don't know. I feel like at some point there has to be a limit, but they just keep pushing the limit.
Yep.
And every 5 years from now they might be making 7,000.
Well, I say we got a 6-inch limit on the exhaust side now, so we'll see if they ever come up with a limit on the inlet size here as we back in Mike County, a 2-time winner here at the Canton, Ohio, the Stark County event here. And you can see the look on his face.
He is
ready
dialed
to go
in.
tonight.
He
Yeah,
is
he
ready
is.
to hook up this Mac Nasty on his hometown track and make his pass. That's old John Deere 8410.
2016 Grand National Champion comes in here tonight, number 5 in the points. And going to be our test puller here as we get ready to go. 10,000 pound pro stock pulling here tonight in Ohio.
Big Smoke fans. Thanks for being with us here on Full Pull Live here tonight. Lots of pulling left.
Working across the track here, Mike County. Now, big decision here.
Do you take this?
Yes.
I think you do. We'll see.
Yeah, Mike had some great ground speed going here. And whoa, he gave the thumbs down. Okay. We saw it right here on that angle right there. Gave the thumbs down, and boy, he didn't even hesitate.
No hesitation.
Yeah.
Like he's going to drop that. Come back.
So we'll get the distance in here for him, and more or less a formality. We'll see where that distance falls here tonight. As we'll have Carlton Cope up next here, Danny Schmucker, and then Russ Yoder. Our next 3 coming up here, pro stock competition. So So 338.45 distance for Mike County, and he is going to turn that run down as we saw on the screen. So he thinks that there is a better run out there here. So Carlton Cope will be up next year with the Massey out of Salem, Ohio. The Warpath coming off a big win just 1 week ago over in Wellington.
So here comes, arguably, one of the coolest tractors ever.
Absolutely, absolutely. This V8 Perkins.
With the classic NTPA side weights there.
Yes, absolutely.
Which were only available, I think 1 year in the mid-'70s.
Collectors look for these things like you wouldn't believe, yes.
Well, fans, I want to draw your attention to those header pipes. As he makes his pass here, they will begin to glow a brilliant orange. It'll almost turn red and match the color of this tractor by the end of his pass. But a good strong run. The Warpath. Tough running tractor out of Salem, Ohio. here with us tonight. This is Carlton Cope. So Mike Conti turned down his pass.
Yeah, 338 and change.
338 and change, so that'll be interesting to see. You know, I don't know. As the evening goes along, does the track get better? Does it get worse? Can you replicate that, you know, from the bottom? We'll see. But here's Carlton Cope. He came to play tonight, a tough customer with this Warpath Massey Ferguson.
Man, that thing just sounds so mean.
It does.
Working down the track here, Carlton Cope out of Salem, Ohio, here with the Warpath Massey Ferguson 2805.
And we didn't get a lot of glow out of the headers tonight.
Yeah, out of the pipes there. We can see the camera view there. Great shot from our camera crew.
A little womp womp for you.
Sounds mean, just rolling away, don't it?
Absolutely. Shaking the building here. We'll get the distance for you.
So another one of our hometowners coming up next here, Danny Schmucker with the Rampage tractor, Louisville, Ohio. And Danny has had quite a bit of success over here as well, a 3-time winner here in Canton over the years. Now the Pro Stocks first appeared here in Canton back in 2013, and they have run here just about every year since. And then, of course, we talked about they added the light supers just a couple years ago, and then, of course, the two-wheelers they added last year into the program.
Of course, this poll's been going on since, what, 1964? With Charlie Swartz, and then they were with a group called All Pro for a while, and then went OSTPA, and then NTPA Region, and now Grand National. So a true testament to the growth of the sport and of this event over the course of the years here. So here comes that 7920, the Rampage.
Yeah, so Danny Schmucker here, 4-time Grand National champion. We see Dad, the patriarch of the team, Kevin, out front, backing him in. And we talked about Danny having a big Bowling Green a couple weeks ago, and in our countdown show, he had said his tractor likes Bowling Green and likes Louisville.
And it likes Louisville.
I can't explain it. But he says it just loves those tracks.
He's
I don't
right.
know what it is.
And of course, the Schmuckers took a different take. Didn't chase the full season. Kind of just were very selective in where they wanted to go. Some of their favorite places. And Dad did well in Brandenburg, Kentucky. Danny's done well at Bowling Green. So the season's not over. They can do well here tonight at their hometown facility, and here at the Stark County Fair at the Charlie Swartz Memorial. Session 1. Be here with us again tomorrow night, 7 o'clock local time for session number 2. So here comes that Rampage.
All right, so 3:18:57, our lead distance right now. Carlton Cope leads the way with the Warpath. 3:18:57. That run of Mike Conti's looking good right now. 3:38 and change, but we'll see here after Schmucker runs.
So here comes the RPMs.
Yeah, there's a typical Rampage run right there. Danny Schmucker picking him up, laying him down here tonight, Canton, Ohio.
Good strong run, good solid A to B at your hometown fair. Good way to get it started here. Well, just judging from his eyes, he doesn't look real happy with that pass there. I'm not seeing a lot of animation as he drives off here.
Danny, he's a pretty intense guy. All right, so 3:31.04, new leader here, pro stock competition. As we see, another can of John Deere Ether going into the inlet there, turbocharger.
Here comes that Mini Mo.
And Yoder Popcorn, of course, is a proud sponsor here of the 10,000-pound pro stock class here on the NTPA Grand National Circuit for 2024.
G1355, known as Extra Butter, coming to us out of Topeka, Indiana, just outside of the Amish community of Shipshewana, way up northern side of Indiana, just real close to Michigan. And Dan and I, of course, had the opportunity to announce a tractor pull up there a couple marches ago. Always a fun place there at the MEC, there at the Midwest Event Center, or Michiana Event Center as they call it.
But, yeah, that was the NTPA Winter National show up there.
But the Extra Butter machine, of course, for Yoder Popcorn. They have a big popcorn operation in and around the Topeka, Shipshewana area. They have a nice store there where they sell all of their popcorn and popcorn-related products. And, of course, Russ Yoder, also a former collegiate basketball player, very good in his own right back in the mid-1990s, early 2000s.
Yeah, I should have brought a bag of Extra Butter popcorn here for us to enjoy.
That's very good.
Yes.
She's
already got one over there.
Yeah. Mackenzie's got one. She came loaded for bear here with the Extra Butter.
Multiple different, they got the Extra Butter, they've got the salted caramel.
Yeah, they've got the sweet, they've got the savory, they've got it all up there.
They've got the light one. If you don't like the Extra Butter, you can get the Extra Light.
They got the movie theater style, whatever you like up there at the Yoder Popcorn store in Shipshewana. They've got a popcorn for you. So head on up there the next time you're up there. Have yourself a nice lunch at the Blue Gate. We had a nice lunch there, and then head on down the street a little ways and visit the Yoder Popcorn store. You'll be glad you did. And thank them for all of their support of our 10,000-pound pro stocks here tonight.
One year we got to get a program together where we go to all the venues and the best places to eat.
For sure, we should do that.
That'll be a new part of Full Pull Live.
We should do that. Yeah, absolutely. The Full Pull, kind of the travel guide associated, where to eat, what to buy, things to see off the beaten path, souvenirs to purchase in the venue area that you're in. Sure. So the G1355 Minneapolis Moline out of the Hoosier State. Mark to beat 331.04. Here's Russ Yoder.
Excellent run right there for Russ Yoder. Going to be well satisfied with that one. Now this guy, he has waited on parts for so long for this tractor. Getting everything back together here on this tractor, and 2022 Bowling Green ring winner, and really since that point, really has been kind of hit or miss as far as parts go with this tractor. And good to see him have a nice run here tonight.
Good to see him out. Like I say, I haven't seen him all summer. It's really good to be, see some orange or see some yellow, see some Minneapolis Moline yellow. I always like the color. Just green and red is sometimes a little break up the monotony here with a little yellow or a little orange every once and again.
So had to go better than 3:31.04, and there you go, 3:23.11 here. 3:23.11 for Russ Yoder.
So Danny Schmucker continues to lead, 3:31.04. The extra butter. Russ Yoder into the number 2 spot now, 3:23.11. Carlton Cope in the Warpath, 3:18.57 in the number 3 position.
Of course, the Yoder Popcorn, our proud sponsor here of our Pro Stock class for 2024 here on the NTPA Grand National Circuit. We see our next competitor down there is going to be R.J. Simon.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to talk to him a little bit earlier tonight in our countdown to pull time. Of course, he has 2 Grand National Championships under his belt already this summer. One in the semi division, and then the light modified division as well.
And it was a different RJ we were talking to.
For
it
sure.
Really was. It was, I mean, he won the championships, in the semi class as well as the light modified class. And, he said, we're kind of, we still got all the vehicles, but we're not running the 2-wheelers like we normally have. But his big thing was he wants to grow the sport of pulling.
And I love that. Absolutely.
Yes, he wants to take some steps to make this sport bigger and better, and that's what he wants to concentrate on, and that's really cool.
Well, and they have a big racetrack in Farley, so tonight there's a $100,000 to win race at their home speedway. I know Brandon, his brother, got the hired gun in there this weekend, driving street stock cars. Great. You got some big heavy hitters in the
Ricky
dirt late
Thornton,
model. Ricky Thornton coming in to drive their car. That speaks volumes. But
they're looking to keep the money in Farley. We talk about in the sport of pulling. A couple weeks ago, Bowling Green, Ohio, we had a couple classes running for $10,000.
Sure, yeah.
And then, of course, we got the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals in Louisville, where all 4 classes down there run for $10,000.
And then there was one in Waterloo, Illinois had one this year, $10,000 to win in the 2-wheel drive division as well, I believe.
So they would just like to more of those events,
more of those big purses to attract more competitors, and it's only going to help the sport grow. But I just listening to RJ, I think they're aiming big. I think if they could get a $100,000 tractor pull, boy, who would come to that? I would.
Yeah, absolutely. Sign me up. Right?
I'll be there.
Sign me up. All right, Loudon Heavy X, John Deere 8400R. This tractor, of course, owned by the Simon family. This is the only Pro Stock that they currently have in their arsenal right now. They sold the Loudon Heavy to their teammate, Brett Meyer.
The rumor is they're working on a red one that they hope will be done by the winter. We'll see.
But of course, the old Simon saying, everything's for sale but not on sale.
That's right. That's the claim to fame on the Facebook Marketplace and all the other places. But RJ making his pass here tonight. That Loud and Heavy X. He needs better than 3:31.04 to unseat the Rampage. Danny Schmucker currently in the lead here. Drove it down the left side. 8400R. Loud and Heavy X. R.J. Simon making his pass. Again, usually the brother Brandon drives some of these Pro Stockers, but he's home dirt racing tonight in Farley, Iowa.
Yeah, running that dirt program up there. So we have a new leader, fans. 3:43 and 85.
out in Heavy X. 3:43 and 85. So he's going to move the chains.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now Mike Coney's decision isn't looking so bad.
Yeah,
like,
there we go. Yeah,
he turned down what did he turn down? 338?
338, yep. So we went 5 feet further here. Excellent run there for R.J. Simon.
So here comes the MXM 175, the Little Rascal. Out of Cardington, Ohio, this will be Avery Nauman.
Going to be followed by Jason Svanovic with the bootlegger tractor. We've got Esden Lemke piloting the New Generation Plus, and then Brett Meyer with the injected funds. Our next few tractors coming up here, Pro Stock competition Friday night here in Canton, Ohio. Once again, joining us here on Full Pull Live. Double action here tonight. A beautiful Friday night. Wauseon, Ohio.
The M.E. Miller Tire extravaganza there, and then here at the Charlie Swartz Memorial. So still trying to waiting to get some word on who's doing what there in Wauseon. So somebody send me a text. Who won the mini mods? Who's winning down there? I'd like to know. I don't have time to look at the website at the current time, but double events here on Full Pull Live. You can switch over. You can watch us. You can watch them. But they're only one night, so come back with us and be with us tomorrow night, 7 o'clock.
One thing I like about this tractor, you can see the mural on the side.
It's beautiful.
The evolution, yes, of the Nauman pulling team there. You know, as many teams do, start in the antique and then move on up through the ranks.
But it's always been a Little Rascal, as I understand it. So, Cardington, Ohio, he calls home. Our mark to beat is now 3:43 and 85. R.J. Simon currently on top of the pile. Danny Schmucker in the number 2 spot. Russ Yoder, number 3. And Carlton Cope, number 4.
Yeah, R.J. Simon really showed us that that track is out there.
Don't forget, fans, 2 more classes after this one. We'll have Classic Super Stocks and Light Limiteds here tonight on our NTPA Region 2 series. So stick around for that. Lots of action left following Big Smoke here. But here comes Avery Nauman out of the Buckeye State.
Avery kind of off to the right side and brought it back to the left, but killed a lot of that momentum as he made his way down the track here tonight. The Little Rascal. Case International MX 175 here in our 10,000 pound Pro Stock class here tonight. Beautiful night for pulling. I'll tell you, couldn't ask for better weather here.
Absolutely. Mother Nature is kind of holding things off. There was some concern about, some inclement weather later into the evening, but so far I think we're okay.
Yeah, check out the craftsmanship of the bootlegger tractor. Now,
beautiful.
This tractor debuted at the National Farm Machinery Show down in Louisville this past February. And, a couple of years ago, we saw the Parrish tractor kind of set the internet on fire.
Yeah, this one broke the internet.
Yeah, this one.
There were some crazy hit rates with that barrel, that billet barrel where they keep their ether. People didn't understand how some folks lost their mind when they saw that. But it's pretty awesome. Of course, Chaos, Colin Ross and that group up in Pennsylvania, the Campbells.
Yeah, how many hours and hours of machine work went into this tractor as we see Mike Coney down there surveying the tractors.
Absolutely. We owed you a distance, fans. 288 and 63 for the Little Rascal. 288 and 63. 288 feet, .63 for the Cardington, Ohio-based Little Rascal and Avery Nauman.
So Jason Svanovic here out of Rockwood, Pennsylvania. John Deere 8R. He's getting out of Western Pennsylvania. Now they went dirt racing for a while.
Right.
Him and his son went dirt racing, and they said they didn't like the group that they were running with.
Okay.
Kind of like the folks with the pulling sport a little bit more, and they said, hey, we're
B
going
mods
back to
or late models or what?
they were doing late models.
Late models, okay, good deal.
They were doing late models out there in Western Pennsylvania.
It's popular out there. But just calling Ross and the shop and say, hey, I want this tractor. This is what I want it to look like. And there it is. It's beautiful. Bootlegger out of Rockwood, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, great shot there as we see the bootlegger make its way on the track here.
Shiny.
And really, the video work just doesn't get you that, the shine and the glare of
and there's
the
Colin.
craftsmanship there.
There's Colin Ross.
Yeah.
Good driver in his own right. The Diesel Super Division. There's the triple bypass.
Yeah, they're going to be concluding their season next weekend. Sandwich,
We'll
Illinois.
see them in Sandwich.
And he is on a streak.
He is.
He's got, I believe, 5 in a row going right now, and I'd like to make it 7 here by the end of the season here, as Colin will go up there and give some last-minute instructions. And this tractor's made some big gains here on the season. Once again, Mark DeVete here, 343.85. R.J. Simon leads the way here in our 10,000-pound Pro Stock class, session number 1. Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock class here tonight. NTPA Grand National Circuit.
Our mark to beat continues to be 343.85.
Yeah, looks like we've got that sled spotted just about dead center out here. Yeah, dirt tracking it.
Yeah.
Got off to the left-hand side there and had to hit the brake, brought it back around, but yeah, definitely not what Jason was looking for here tonight with the bootlegger tractor. Real tough break.
Well, again, it's still a relatively new machine. It's just been out since around February or so, it may take a while for them to hit their stride with this machine, but I think they've seen enough flashes of good runs and greatness with the machine that they're getting close. They're definitely on to something here. So unfortunate that it dragged him to the left. He had to stab on the brakes here tonight, but he'll be back tomorrow night. 240 and 76. 240.76. 240 feet 76. For the bootlegger.
All right, so there we see our leaderboard. R.J. Simon leading the way here, Loud and Heavy X at 343.85. Danny Schmucker in the number 2 spot here with the Rampage at 331.04. And then Russ Yoder, the Extra Butter Tractor at 323.11. As we move on here, next up we should have Esden Ledke piloting the new Generation Plus tractor here out of Ellenville, Wisconsin. Esden, a 3rd generation puller here.
Yep.
Dad not able to be on hand here this weekend, so Esden and the boys, we've seen him do this here this summer a couple times.
Well, and usually Grandpa Bob will come too, but I don't know. I haven't seen him this weekend. I don't know if he's here or not. But Esden, perfectly capable of getting the job done with this machine.
Absolutely, and talked to Esden earlier this afternoon. He said it was just me and the boys here this weekend, so of course Esden having a real nice summer here. Picked up his first Grand National win down at the Super Bowl of the South down in Chapel Hill, Tennessee.
Sure.
Dad followed up a couple weeks later with a big win in Rockwell, Iowa at the Distractor. So,
well, and you and I would be remiss if we didn't talk about Shipshewana, Indiana, 2 years ago when you and I were done for the evening. We were ready to walk out to the car, and Robbie Lemke said, "Hey, are you going to load this tractor?" And I said, "No, but I'll warm it for you." And as a joke, I just climbed up in there, and they gave me the opportunity to really feel what a pro stock does when you're sitting in the seat. So I will, really grateful to them for that opportunity that evening. And you were gracious enough to take video of it as we were kind of both dumbfounded at the fact that I was sitting up there on that tractor. So it's really neat to have been a part of that. So
yeah, absolutely. And, Robbie back home working, no doubt, in the shop.
Yep.
In Helensville there, just west of Milwaukee.
They do a whole lot of engines for various pulling applications, and if you need a full turnkey engine, Lemke's can do that for you. They're very good at what they do. So Lemke Motorsports 4010, the new generation plus, coming to us out of Helensville, Wisconsin.
Yeah, the small blocks. The small blocks. Machine them right there. The first billet John Deere block come out of that shop there at Lemke Motorsports.
I think they said, Robbie told me once, when they start that slab, it's 900 pounds, and then they turn it into a block.
A block, yep.
It's
unbelievable. How many hours?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's on a good one here. Yeah, good strong run. Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
great pass for Esden Lemke here. Good run.
Lays down a beauty. Reminiscent of Chapel Hill right there.
Absolutely. And just cold as ice here. Just
see Esden cool as a cucumber right there after he makes a great pass here.
So the mark he needed to beat was 3:43 and 85. So we'll get the distance for you here.
Well, look good on the video. Look good on. Oh,
wow. Okay, second. As we say, the camera can be very deceiving.
Yep, absolutely.
From where we are here.
Absolutely.
341.
Great pass. I mean,
341.01. So your leader continues to be R.J. Simon at 343 and 85. And now Esden Lemke in the number 2 position at 341.01.
The big question, did Esden, build a road here? We see it in, the 4-wheel drive truck class. We see it, in 2-wheel drive. But, pro stocks, they can do it too. They just...
And I think RJ's stepping up on there to tell him right now, hey,
I'm leading.
Split his tracks.
I'm leading. Don't bump me out. Now here's our current points leader.
Right.
And a defending champion in the class. So he's looking for back-to-back championships here.
That's the
Brent
opportunity.
Meyer, a guy that came to pro stock pulling via truck pulling.
Right.
Brent, the owner of Lincoln Diesel Specialties over there in Red Granite, Wisconsin. 3 wins on the summer for Mr. Brent Meyer. Down in Benson, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and a couple weeks ago in Napoleon, Ohio. And they were the sponsor for the big 10,000 spin we saw in the afternoon at Bowling Green. Lincoln Diesel Specialties is business over there as RJ backing him in here, making sure he's lined up nice and square. You want to make sure you're not, a little bit left, a little bit right there, as that sled will actually pull you in that direction.
Now he's got to get the wheels straight again. So yeah, there we go. Straighten him out. So the 7310R injected funds. RJ jumping back up there. Some last minute instructions. Great camera angles here.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the hook process there with slack out of the chain. No jerk starts and pulling. You must start with the tight hitch. Here in NTPA competition, they'll just have the primary hook there, and then we'll hook up the kill switch. Yeah, they have figured this track out here in Canton, Ohio.
Yes,
just
sir.
A couple tractors. You see those big Mitas tires really digging in here and really getting some ground speed. Great run here for Brent Meyer.
Well, and I'm sure RJ doesn't want to see him drive past, but it will mark the distance.
All right, so Brent Meyer, a good run right here. As we'll see here what the distance comes up here from the Laser team.
So your full distance for Brent Meyer, 339.30, 339.30. 339 feet, 30 for the injected funds, good for the number third spot, 3 position.
So as points go, you know, Brent currently leading the points here. So I would have to say good points night for him.
Yeah, so far. Long way to go yet.
You know,
But
Julia Ray sitting number 2 in the points. She'll be up here in a few tractors.
Walking up to Brent Meyer right now. He still has the helmet on, taking it off. 339 was the distance, Brent. I don't know if you heard that, but how did it feel from the seat?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. Probably could have moved a little bit of weight around or whatever to make it a little bit better, but I guess it'll have to hold, I guess.
What about the track? How's the track feel?
Track was pretty good tonight or whatever. Yep, really nice.
And we're hearing that a lot, actually, from the competitors down here. Really nice track tonight. Guys?
All right, so we'll go back here. Chance McGrath will be up next. Lower Knoxford, New Brunswick.
That's fun to say.
Yes,
Lower
Lower
Knoxford,
Knoxford, New Brunswick. Right on the Maine border.
Yep.
Maine, New Brunswick border there for the Last Chance 2 team.
And they have ag dealerships in and around New Brunswick, and they're also active in canning of vegetables and potatoes and that sort of thing up that way. I had the opportunity, of course, I saw him in Brandenburg this year, pulled Meade County Fair, and of course my family and I left on a family vacation very early that next morning. And Chance saw me in the airport. So I got to see him after we pulled in Meade County. We met in the airport a couple hours later as he was flying home to New Brunswick, and or actually I think he was flying to Maine to go to New Brunswick, and we were flying to Disney World. So good to see him.
Yeah, big win just a couple weeks ago down in Bowling Green for this team, and it had been quite a few years since this tractor had parked itself in the winner's circle here. Last Chance number 2, Mr. Chance McGrath. Now he's currently sitting number 3 in the points here. Has had just an outstanding summer. They have worked on this tractor. We saw Colin Ross down there, another tractor coming out of the Chaos shop.
Right, and he needs 343 and 85. RJ's still in the lead, so we'll see what Chance McGrath, in this Case IH 335 out of New Brunswick, brought to the table here tonight.
we are starting to park them in there.
Yeah, I think they're building a road. I'm not quite sure he got RJ, but he's going to shake it up.
Yeah, RJ out at 343.85. Right now, Esden Lemke sitting number 2 at 341.01, and then Brent Meyer 339.30. As Chance looks down here. Of course, you can see those 24.5-inch wide rear tires, a little bit smaller than we saw the 30s on the back of the light super stocks.
.69, 335 and 69, 335 feet 6'9" for Chance McGrath, and the last chance puts him into the number 4 position.
All right, so we saw number 3 here in the points, Chance McGrath. Julia Ray, number 2 in the points. She's going to be up next year. And we had a chance to talk to Julia. And
boy, did we.
Oh, boy, yeah. We Loud and Heavy X. There you can see on our leaderboard, RJ Simon leads the way here, 343.85. Esden Lemke, number 2 with the New Generation Plus at 341.01. And then our points leader, Brent Meyer, with the injected funds at 339.30. Danny Schmucker down there at 331.04. So we talk about, Mike Conti's run a 338 right now. Right, that would have been good enough for number 4.
Yeah.
He wants to win.
But he turned it down. I would have made the wrong call there, because I would have taken that pass, and he knew something I didn't know for sure. Turn down 338 and come back. But here is Julia Ray. And we talked a little bit with her a little bit in the countdown to pull time, and learned something quite interesing that we should
absolutely
probably have a conversation about. So, when she's not pulling, she is an active participant in the sport of this cowboy shooting on horseback.
Yeah, and we knew she was involved with horses. I mean, she'd been involved with horses for so many years, but yeah, this was just a new
Yeah, so you have guns with black powder, no live ammunition, and you ride on a horseback through an obstacle course, and you shoot targets. And there are 88 different patterns in all kinds of different directions, and you are allowed to shoot 5 shots, and then you have to holster one gun and then pull the other one and shoot the other 5.
And then it goes by elapsed time.
Correct.
So every pattern has a different, record that goes along with it. So it just, we got to check this out.
I'm fascinated.
Yeah,
I need to go see this happen. Like I told Julia, where can we go to watch this? Because this is something that's very interesting to me. So the 8410 of Julia Ray coming to us out of Beloit, Ohio, the Mac Daddy for Mac Trailer. Julia been in the game since around 2009. Tough customer, starts in the Super Farm ranks, and brings her up to the Pro Stock ranks here for Mac Trailer.
Yeah, currently number 2 here in the points, so she needs to go around Brent Meyer, gain a little bit of ground here. She had a win in Farley early part of the season.
So 339 and 30 is what she needs to get around Brent. 343 and 85 is what she needs to get around RJ. Lots of bouncing.
Yeah, I think we missed a weight a little bit there on Julia's run with the Mac Daddy tractor here tonight. We saw that front end come up and down, and ideally, like we talked about earlier, want to get that front end up and carry it the whole length of the track. But that's one thing that just makes tractor pulling so tough.
Yeah, no practice.
There's no practice. There's no qualifying. No test runs. This is You know, you just get one shot. Got to make sure you have, you know, everything set just right, the weight, the tire pressure, the gear.
.318 and 32. 318.32. 318 feet 32 for Julia Ray and the Mac Daddy out of Beloit, Ohio.
So kind of winded down our Yoder Popcorn 10,000-pound pro stock class here tonight. Hook number 11 out of our 15 here tonight. As you can see, RJ Simon once again leads the way here. 343 and 85. A green kind of night here.
Absolutely.
4 out of
so
the 5
far,
are all green.
Lots of green in there.
Speaking of green, we're going to go up to Chambersburg, Pennsylvania.
It's great to see Josh Martin here with us tonight. Of course, the historic Martin family been around this game for many, many years with the Dairy Deer and
4 tractors.
At one point. Yeah, but Think Green is one they've kept. They have a big operation there in Pennsylvania. Do a lot of pulling with the Eastern Series and Full Pull Motorsports, and then we don't see him quite as often as we used to, but this is close enough to home for him to come here this weekend. It's good to see him out.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh, a second-generation puller. Unfortunately, we lost his dad, Robert, a few years back, and Josh and his wife, Brandy, carrying on that tradition. Running here with the Think Green tractor. Had a real nice run out in Bowling Green a couple weeks ago. Good to see him out there. One of the 47 pro stocks that showed up out there at the National Tractor Pulling Championships. So,
and also
good to see Josh out here this weekend.
Farming operation, beef cattle operation there in Pennsylvania, and had the opportunity to have some of their products.
All right, so Josh Martin getting ready to go to work here. One time Mom had also pulled.
Yeah.
Mom had pulled out on the circuit here, that John Deere 7820, and, like you said, they had 4 tractors at one time going.
So the 7820 of the Martins. Creeping left.
Yeah, nice run there for Josh, but like you say, got off to that left side once again here.
Man, it just seems to be the kind of the order of the evening. You make a good pass and it wants to drag you one way or the other. But a good strong run for the Think Green coming to us tonight out of Chambersburg, PA. Good to see Josh Martin here.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the great families of many here in the sport of pulling.
For sure.
Of course, a national champion back the early days of the PPL circuit. And like you said, since that time, they've kind of just pulled locally right there in the East Coast Series and stuff.
Running in Pennsylvania and the surrounding areas. And I think they're busy with the farm. And of course, their beef cattle operation and all the things that they do.
That's a good one. 323.61. 323 and 61. So 323 and 61 for Josh.
So your leader continues to be RJ Simon, 343 and 85. Esden Limke in the number 2 spot, 341.01. Injected funds of Brent Meyer, 339 and 30. The last chance of Chance McGrath, 335 and 69. And the Rampage, Danny Schmucker, 331.04 in the number 5 spot.
Yeah, so Josh going to bump out Russ there in that number 6 spot here tonight. As we see our next competitor coming up here, and well, once again, another guy that needs no introduction
at all
to the sport of pulling here, Kevin Schmucker. Now, we talk about pro stock tractors. Started on the NTPA circuit back 1981 was the first year that we ran pro stocks, and ran once again 2 classes, a 10,000 and 12,000 pound pro stock class.
Right.
And the early years of the pro stocks, this guy was involved right here, Kevin Schmucker. And, of course, ran the Rampage tractor back then and has since turned it over to his son, Danny.
But a tough runner. Had an excellent run in Meade County when I saw him. And they like to pull in Brandenburg. You know, we will tell you that. So that's one of the ones they headed to. They always enjoy it down there. And then, you know, I think this tractor likes Brandenburg, Kentucky, as Danny's likes Louisville and Bowling Green. That tractor really enjoys Brandenburg. But their hometown pull. So Danny hopping in there to talk to Pops and give him some last-minute instructions. Get him tied in and ready to go here so he can make his trip, get the gloves on. The mark to beat continues to be 343 and 85. RJ dodging bullets down there. We've still got some heavy hitters.
Yeah, I'm sure RJ's sitting there and he knows there's a few tractors back there that, can knock him off, and this is one of them right here.
Well, and Mike Connie returning here.
Yep.
He dropped his first hook. And
Tim Kane's
down there.
With the Gambler. Yep.
Elsinger's down there. So, again.
Yeah, any one of these tractors definitely capable.
Not over till it's over here. 7830, get her done. John Deere. Got it right here in the Louisville, Ohio area. Just super close to where we are here in Canton. Night number 1, the Charlie Swartz Memorial tractor pull here at the Stark County Fair. Again, tune in with us again tomorrow night, 7 o'clock start time. Countdown to pull time will be at 5, just as it was tonight. So be back with us for session number 2 tomorrow. But lots of pulling left here. 2 classes to go after we finish our pros.
Yeah, he was working that brake once again. You saw his foot, that right foot on that right brake.
Again,
this track to take you
just
left.
Wants to take you left. Like I don't know if there's grooves in it. I'm not real sure, but these tractors are just going left.
Yeah, it's unique because, we've seen some tractors go real straight.
Right.
And then we've seen some tractors that just wants to take you over that left side. And
I don't know if
you got to touch that brake.
I don't know. I think if it's me, I'm lining it up all the way to the right.
You're going
if it's going to take you left anyway, you got a running chance.
You're going 0-0 right now.
That's
line
right.
it up on the right and see what we got, right?
Or at least go split it to the right. Like maybe don't line up on the chalk line. That's what I would do. But again, I'm talking about it and not on a tractor. Armchair quarterback, I think is what they call it, 317-30, 317-30, 317 feet 30 for Kevin Schmucker.
All right, so as you can see, R.J. Simon leads the way here, 343.85. Hesen Lemke sits number 2 at 341.01. And then the injected funds tractor, Brent Meyer, and the number 3 spot here at 339.30. So really no change in our top here as we are once again live here at Full Pull Live, right here at Canton, Ohio. I'm Dan Mayer, joined by Jeremy Krieger here in the Full Pull Live studio here tonight.
Happy to be with you for session number 1. This has already been a lot of fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit so far, and we got a lot of pulling yet to go.
Absolutely, and you're going to be next weekend out in Sandwich?
Yeah, I'll head to Sandwich, Illinois for the Saturday sessions. I'll be there Saturday for the afternoon and evening. I won't make the Thursdays, but I will be there Saturday for sure.
Yeah, Thursday night is generally truck night over there, isn't
usually
it?
truck night, and then tractor night will be, well, I think they're pulling everything. Like in those sessions on Saturday, there's a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything here, and as we see the Elsinger tractor here. Good looking ride here. This is Nick Elsinger in the Dream on Deere tractor.
Out of Malinta, Ohio.
Yeah, we're starting to wind down here. This is hook number 13 out of our 15. So just 3 left to go here. Tim Kane will follow, and then we've got Mike Connie. He's waiting in the wings. He's down there ready to make his bonsai pass here
right. And,
to finish out the class.
Let's hope he doesn't line it up to the left. We'll see. It just seems to be taking everybody left. Well, it looks like the Dream on Deere is going to line up, center, like almost right center here. So.
See the hole shot tires there.
Yeah.
We saw the Vitas.
24.532 pro pullers.
How the tire game has changed the sport of pulling
Absolutely.
here. Last couple years.
You talk about variety. There is something now.
Absolutely. Yep, this Elsinger tractor, good-looking John Deere 7310R. So just 3 to go here in Pro Stock competition. Then we'll move into our regional classes. The Region 2, we've got the Classic Super Stocks, and as well as the Limited Light Super Stocks. The Light Limited Super Stocks will be our final 2 classes of the night. So this is our final Grand National class here of the evening.
It's going to be fun to watch. I think, I kind of, when we got here on the grounds, we talked to some of the Classic Superstock competitors. They're all really excited to be here, and
they're ready to be on TV.
It's going to be a fun class to watch.
Yeah, they're ready to be on TV.
I'm excited to watch them. I've never seen this class live before, so I'm excited to witness it for sure. And best seat in the house here on Full Pull Live. We're glad you're with us. Jeremy Krieger, Dan Mayer, along with you for session number 1 of the Charlie Swartz Memorial here in Canton, Ohio. We get to do it all again tomorrow night at 7 o'clock for session number 2.
Our countdown show at 5 o'clock, and we're gonna have some interesting guests on for that one after tonight's competition. So stay tuned for that.
I want to thank everybody for checking in with us, text messages, and all of the various social medias. You checking in with us, keeping us abreast of what's going on in Waseon. Thank you so much. But here is that Dream on Deere.
Yeah, that was interesting there. We saw right off the start there as his tractor kind of jerked off to the left side there for Steve. Or I should say Nick.
Took him left, and Nick Elsinger of Malinta, Ohio. Like you said, it went left and went right, and it kind of went straight.
Yeah, it's almost like you got
like
you
didn't really know where it was going.
And back into it.
And so, yeah, we'll mark the distance for you. The Dream on Deere.
Jeremy, you got to get in our picture here a little bit better there. And there you go. People at home, people at home can see you there. And
hi, everyone.
As we've got a couple more classes here to go, as we'll get the distance in here for Nick Elsinger with the Dream on Deere tractor. RJ down there, he's watching all those distances.
So 296.58. 296.58. 296 feet 58 for the Dream on Deere of Nick Elsinger. So that'll bring up the Red Gambler, New Palestine, Indiana-based machine. with Mr. Tim Kane, another one of our Grand National winners this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Big win down in Benson, North Carolina.
A new engine combination that he's working with that I know they're really excited about with this Red Gambler tractor. So
yeah, absolutely.
Sky's
Working with
kind of limit.
Lemke
Working with
Motorsports.
Lemke's out of Helensville, Wisconsin. Of course, we just saw Esden. He's in a good spot here in the class so far. So, and that's Lemke Power. So we'll see what this Red Gambler can do. And again, the leaderboard's full of green. So if he wants to get in there and break up some of that color, he has the opportunity to do that here. So Tim Kane. He needs better than 3:43 and 85 to take the lead from R.J. Simon. On deck will be Mike Connie and the Mac Nasty for his second pass here tonight.
Yeah, and of course the Kane family, son Chris, now runs in the 5.0 Pro Stock class. Used to run a couple of full-blown Pro Stocks here, and Chris has kind of settled in nicely to the 5.0 Pro Stock class. And, you know, it doesn't run all over the United States like the big pros.
Correct.
Kind of regional.
Kind of in
the kids
South
are to that age where they're busy in sports and other things with school, so that works out well for Chris.
Yep. And of course, I talked to the Sheltons, and like Camille's new tractor is running a 5.0 for a while now, so until she gets used to it at least. So I don't know if they're going to send her to some 5.0 hooks or how that'll work, but I know that tractor does have a 5.0 on it currently. So, but here's that Red Gambler out of the Hoosier State, New Palestine, Indiana. Tim Kane, one of the elder statesmen in the pro stock ranks. And he needs better than 3:43 and 85 to unseat R.J. Simon.
All right, so Tim Kane, the Red Gambler out of New Palestine, Indiana, just east of that Indianapolis area, as he makes his run here. So, well, we're down to one.
Absolutely, and it's kind of one of those zero or hero put up or shut up moments. Like he dropped 338, so you got to do better than 338.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim heads off the track here, always looking over his shoulder, checking the holes where he burned into the track. Yeah, good run right here.
Yeah,
for
they'll
Tim.
take that.
325.62, 325 and 62.
Good for the number 6 spot for the Red Gambler, so they'll take a solid top 10 there, no doubt. So R.J. Simon currently still leading, 3:43 and 85. Esden Lemke in the number 2 spot, 3:41.01. Britt Meyer, 3:39 and 30 in injected funds. Chance McGrath in the number 4 spot, 3:35 and 69. Danny Schmucker in the Rampage, 3:31.04 for number 5. And Tim Kane, 3:25.62 in the 6th spot. Josh Martin, Think Green, number 7, 3:23 and 61. Extra Butter and Russ Yoder, 3:23 and 11 for the number 8 position. Number 9 currently is the Warpath, 3:18 and 57. And Mac Daddy, 3:18 and 32. Julia Ray in the 10th spot.
So really, as we see on our leaderboard there, that has been the biggest battle has been for that 6th spot here.
Correct.
Tonight. We have bumped him out, moved him around, and now Tim Kane has taken over that number 6 spot here, just outside the top 5 here, as we see Mr. Mike Connie down there as he will fire up the Mac Nasty tractor, Beloit, Ohio, John Deere 8410.
For Mac Trailer, Alliance, Ohio-based trailer manufacturer, does a whole lot for the sport of pulling. And we're happy that they're here with us here tonight. And again, this is their backyard. And, Alliance, I guess, is in Stark County area, so they're just a couple towns over from where we are here in Canton. So this is kind of their hometown show. As we see some of our classic supers loading in here next to the pros.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be our next class of competition here. And we will conclude with the light limiteds. So, Mike, I'm sure he's run the scenarios through
Yep.
The team has checked things over on this tractor. They've made the adjustments.
They looked at Julia's pass as well, I'm sure.
Made, 2 passes to go off of here. So this will be the 3rd run.
And she kind of bounced and was maybe just a tick light. So I don't know if they went back and looked at things they could do, maybe move weight forward or what have you, but or move forward weight to the rear. But 8410 John Deere started us off, turned down a pass of 338 feet, which would have been, what, top 5?
Yeah, right now, that would have been, let's see, probably, 4. Yeah, that would have been right in our top 5 here tonight, but that's not Mike.
Nope.
Mike would like to win.
And, that thumbs down was very no nonsense.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
We'll see here what he does. The Mac Nasty, our last competitor in our 10,000-pound flight of Pro Stock tractors here tonight in session number 1 of the Charlie Swartz Memorial here in Canton, Ohio. Jeremy Krieger and Dan Mayer riding along with you here tonight on Full Pull Live.
Uh-oh. All right. They'll pull him back.
Regroup. Got out of it in plenty of time. We're going to take him back here. Give him one more crack at it. And again, already 1 pass on the tractor. So maybe still a little warm. Could be, just a tad bit finicky. Mark to beat continues to be 343 and 85.
Yeah, one thing you really notice on these Connie tractors is the RPMs that they turn, no matter who's driving them. Oh, man.
That's not what he wanted to see here tonight.
Right there, yeah.
No doubt about it. So, unfortunately, not going to get her lit here, fans.
Mike going to take the helmet off here tonight. That's going to be it here for Pro Stock competition here. So, R.J. Simon.
He's on a roll.
Career win.
Just call him Butter.
In Pro Stock and TPA competition.
On a roll.
Congratulations, RJ.
No doubt.
Now, we've seen him win down at the farm show.
Yep.
He had a win in Pro Stock down at the farm show, but this is his first Grand National win here.
And, 2 Grand National titles to his credit already, finishing the seasons. And this is icing on the cake.
So that makes 13 different winners in Pro Stock competition as we get a distance here of 27.24 for Mike Connie here tonight, 27.24. So as we see Mike heads off the track here, and they're going to go to work here. We know they'll get that tractor
back
up
here
to
tomorrow
go.
night for sure. But your winner's going to be
RJ.
RJ.
We'll send things down trackside with Chris Devoda and RJ Simon.
RJ Simon after the win tonight. Tell us about the run.
Yeah, it was just a great pass. We were 5th hook there, and everything worked. My team worked hard on that tractor all week. Jeremy, Brad, they kicked butt on that thing, and Brent Meyer and the Lincoln Diesel crew, some peak oil, just it was just awesome. Riverside engines, Weimer Fuel and Air, couldn't do without those guys. My first Grand National Pro Stock win. Everyone's at home working on the racetrack. We got a $100,000 to win stock car race tonight, and so everyone's back at home, the whole family working on that, and from concessions to track work and everything. So couldn't do without that awesome family at home to let me come out and do this, and just really thrilled to be here. It was just a great hook, and it was fun, and I hope I can do it again tomorrow night. I was going to let Brad drive, but maybe we'll have an arm wrestle and maybe or tonight or something, or we'll see who can drink more beers. Then we'll have a contest who gets to drive tomorrow night.
Okay, well, we want to put that on TV as well if we could. Either one, the arm wrestling or the beer drinking. But I know the race fans in Farley, Iowa, yeah, they love their racing. I'm sure the stands are full at the racetrack. But talk about that, your first national pro stock win. When you think about that, all the work that goes into the tractor. I mean, a lot of people watching at home know tractor pulling. They know how much work it is. You're out here every night, one hook, but to come away with that win, talk about that.
Yeah, it felt great. It was a great hook. It came out of the hole. I knew I needed to keep that thing to the middle, so I hit the brake a little bit, which I got off the tractor. I thought that probably hurt me. I should have let it go, but after watching everyone else, I think keeping it in the center kind of helped me. So I think that was just a lot of key to the success tonight. And then just Blackburn Racing Components, they've been helping us a lot on that the tune-ups, and that's really been huge. And like I said, this crew behind me, all the guys just couldn't do it out. Just everyone involved, just really cool. So I hope somebody had some money on me tonight. Maybe won a little bit on full pull.
One of their full pull picks, right? It was a good one tonight. But you said you were kind of sweating it. You said this pro stock class is so tough. When we were talking during the run, you said you hope it sticks. Didn't really think the track would get better, but at the same time, anybody can win any given night out here.
Yeah, that whole pro stock class is stout. I mean, Esden Lemke was behind me, and he when he didn't get around, I knew that maybe I had something because they've been running so great all year. And then they just kept – Brent didn't get me, and I know how good that tractor's been running over X all year, so I was just excited. I think it was just a great run, put it together, and just happy to be here and happy to get that win. And, yeah, it was just great.
Congratulations. Now you have either a beer drinking contest or an arm wrestling contest to get to.
Yeah, I got a bummed shoulder yet from Bowling Green from all them fist pumps getting out of that semi, so I'm not sure I can do that arm wrestle. Maybe he'll do it left-handed.
Try this one, left hand.
Yeah, maybe he'll do it left-handed with me.
All right. Congratulations, R.J. Simon, your winner tonight.
So as you can see, R.J. Simon, our big winner here, Loud and Heavy X, with the win here tonight, 343.85. Esden Lemke will finish up number 2 here with the New Generation Plus at 341.01. Injected Funds, Brent Meyer, our points leader, 339.30 for the third spot. Chance McGrath, 4th here, representing the Red Tractors. Last Chance 2 at 335.69. The Rampage, Danny Schmucker in the number 5 spot at 331.04.
Red Gambler in the number 6 spot, 325.62. Josh Martin, I think green, 323.61. Russ Yoder finishes 8th tonight with the Extra Butter Mini Mo, 323.11. Carlton Cope in that Massey, the Warpath, 318.57 for the number 9 spot. And number 10 was Julia Ray at 318.32 and the Mac Daddy.
So there we can see back here in the Full Pull Live studio here tonight. As we get ready, we just saw our Grand National classes.
Right, we've completed
they put on a great show.
Our flight of 3 Grand National classes, and now we're going to switch to our Region 2 classes here tonight. And again, this pull, the Charlie Swartz Memorial, started as a regional, pull, first in Ohio, and then in the NTPA region side, and now it is a Grand National. But even when it was just a region, they still had the Grand National Pro Stockers here, and so now they're going to continue that tradition with 2 of our regional classes here tonight. So it's exciting to see this. I don't know about you, Mr. Mayor, but I don't get to see these classic super stockers very often, so I'm excited to watch this class.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, the classic super stock, basically like your hot farm tractors you see throughout the Midwest.
7,700 pounds, pre-1980, at 1980 or before on the sheet metal. They run 531 cubic inches, 1 turbocharger, 275x3, a P-Series Bosch P7100 pump, and 18.4 by 38, I think is what they said, or maybe it was 28 tires. So, but yeah, so same Hot Farm tires.
Basically,
that's
yeah.
what we'll call them.
Absolutely.
But,
we see the Larry Jenkins tractor smoking green.
Smoking green. We talked a little bit about. We talked to these guys before. They had a little catchphrase. And,
yeah, the catchphrase on here that they're burning money. Not something else.
That's right.
That's green.
Right. They're burning green. Yeah, and green money. So,
but Carrollton, Ohio, to get us rolling here.
Larry Jenkins and the Smoking Green John Deere out of Carrollton, Ohio. Up number 1 will be our test puller and our class of 7,700 pounds classic super stock tractors, and we have 17 of them answering the call here tonight. Lots of color in the class as well. So
yeah, nice mix of color here, and like you said, 7,700 pounds maximum weight of these tractors. And they will turn the tires, that's for sure.
It's going to be fun to watch. Like I say, I have never seen this class run live before, and I'm happy to be here tonight to watch this class of classic super stockers. Very popular up in this part of the nation. And here we come now. Smoking Green.
Yeah, we see a lot of water running out this tractor.
A whole lot of water, yes, sir. And the whole length of the pass, too.
Now, a lot of times you can be disqualified for excessive water on the track here, and just about halfway down.
Yeah, it started spilling there around 100, 150 feet, and it has not stopped.
So Larry Jenkins here, our test puller, with Smoking Green. We'll see whether or not he was satisfied with that run. Here we're calling for a tow tractor, and yeah, I think he might have some issues there.
I think there might, we'd be just a bit of some trouble with something loose, or maybe a hose or something, but that's quite a bit of liquid. So 310 and 62. 310 and 62. 310.62 for Larry Jenkins and the Smoking Green out of Carrollton, Ohio. And I believe it's safe to say, Dan Mayer, that everybody in this class is from the Buckeye State.
So there you go. Popular right here in this area. We'll get the word here from trackside, NTPA Tech, and he is going to keep that run. So just as we kind of thought, had some issues out there with this tractor, so they are going to keep that run, take it back in the pit area.
Yeah, probably not a good idea to run it again at this point, given what we've seen kind of out of the bottom end. They need to take a look at that, make sure everything's tight there, because again, some pretty excessive water loss. Our graders are working on mixing that back in and making sure the surface is good for our next competitor, which will be Rose Palmer, machine known as First Due, coming to us out of Rootsville, Ohio, the John Deere 4410.
Yeah, unique model of tractor. Don't see too many of those out on the pulling circuit.
4430. Okay, yeah, sorry. I had 4430 John Deere. Again, pre-1980 sheet metal. Can't run anything more modern than 1980. So it's got to be 1980 and before to fit the classic super stock label. First Due. Rose Palmer doing the driving here tonight. On deck will be Tim Stanley. The John Deere 5010 out of Salem, Ohio. And on hold will be John Jones and the Lunatic Fringe out of Freeport, Ohio.
All right, so Rose Palmer gets ready to go to work here tonight. First Due tractor. 310 and 62 is our mark to beat. 7,700-pound classic supers.
We have very much like a hot farm, like to your point, only maybe just a little bit lighter. I think hot farms run at 9,500 or 9,300.
Yep, and a little bit more tire speed usually. That's what you see with the hot farm tractors.
A little bit of bigger turbo there as well
Yep.
on the hot farm side. But Rose Palmer makes her pass here. And the first due, John Deere 4430. She needed better than 310 and 62 to take the lead from Larry Jenkins, and we'll mark the distance for you here.
Yeah, what a big night here for these Region 2 competitors, both these classes, the Classic Super Stock as well as the Light Limited Supers. As we've got a new leader, Rose going to go into the number 1 spot here, 3:15 and 38.
The Rootstown, Ohio-based runner takes the lead at 3:15 and 38, so that's going to put Larry Jenkins into the number 2 position at 3:10 and 62. As we get ready for this 5010 John Deere 1960 model coming to us out of Salem, Ohio. You know somebody that pulls out of Salem,
Yeah,
Ohio.
absolutely. It's not green.
No, it doesn't have 6 cylinders either. So kind of a entry level, if you will, into the sport. Very popular in the state of Ohio. And pretty fun to watch so far. I'm impressed with these little tractors. So Rose Palmer in the lead at 3:15 and 38 as we get ready for Tim Stanley.
Yeah, John Deere 5010 here. No name on the side of this one. Looks like we're going to work the middle part of the track here once again. That seems to be where we've started off here most of our classes. And what a great night of pulling we've seen here so far.
Absolutely.
Two-wheel drive class. We saw Chase Richardson, our points leader,
Protect.
come out. Yes, and,
Donnie Sullivan kind of inching a little bit closer there with his big stick here tonight. Second place out there.
Light super stock class. Terry Blackburn doing what he's doing, Terry Blackburn things.
And Whitworth second and third. So,
Right. Right there in the mix.
Right there, still in the mix with one night to go. But definitely, I know Colton would have liked to have been a little bit closer there. But, Terry.
Hey, anything can happen, right? We've seen that here tonight. And, Pro Stock's really shake. Saw a shake up there with, Julia having that run here tonight,
right.
the number 10 spot. So we'll see how the points will shake out here after everything is all tabulated here tonight.
Right, and one more tomorrow, and then they got 2 more at Sandwich next weekend. So here's that 5010. John Deere from Tim Stanley, 1960 model. Mark to beat is 3:15:38. Good run for the 5010.
Yeah, once again, 3:15 and 38. Rose Palmer, our leader here. Classic Super Stock class, 7,700 pounds. Full pull live here in Canton, Ohio, for session number 1 here at Stark County Fairgrounds.
.321 and 26. We have a new leader, Tim Stanley. 3:21 and 26. 321 feet 26 for the John Deere 5010 of Tim Stanley.
So we've seen 3 deers in a row, and we're going to go red here.
Right, this old looking old 1206, it looks like, known as the Lunatic Fringe. Now, here's one I haven't thought about in a while. So useless music trivia.
Yeah, here we go.
So Tom Cochran, who sang Life is a Highway, in the 90s and on the Cars soundtrack as well, was in a band called Red Rider in the late 70s and early 80s out of Canada. And Red Rider had a one big #1 hit record called The Lunatic Fringe. And if you don't know it, look it up on Spotify and type in the old Lunatic Fringe, and you'll know that song. You just didn't know that's what it was called. But this tractor obviously taking its name from that song, The Lunatic Fringe, 1206 Turbo Farmo.
We have gone full circle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have gone
You
full
got to throw
circle.
some useless music trivia at the pull
that's
here
where a lot of
tonight.
these names,
Yep. Now, I have not talked to John Jones about whether or not that is the name and whether or not that's where they got it. I just have a hunch that's the case.
Or it could be all the guys working on the tractor.
That could be it, too.
That could be.
But the Lunatic Fringe was a very famous song by a band called Red Rider. And, of course, named after the BB gun in A Christmas Story. But we don't have to talk about all that.
No, we're really searching now.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we're 6
we're
degrees
working
of. Let's get back to pulling, Jeremy. Okay. 1206 Farmo, marked to beat 321 and 26.
All right, good run for the International 1206 here tonight. John Jones, Freeport, Ohio, Lunatic Fringe. Here tonight in our classic super stock competition, 7,700 pounds. So once again, we got 17 of them signed in here for competition.
308.81, 308 and 81, 308 feet 81 for John Jones and the Lunatic Fringe Farmall 1206 out of Freeport, Ohio. So back to Salem, Ohio for our next competitor here, the Greenbrook Deer. This is Ryan Pollock, the John Deere 4010. Taking his time backing into the weight transfer here.
Yeah, hook number 5 here of our 17. Classic Super Stock. Session number 1 here, Canton, Ohio. Now we saw the Lunatic Fringe. They tried over on the left-hand side just a little bit here. We moved back over here to the middle part of the track. Greenbrook Deer. It's going to be Ryan Pollock. 321.26. Tim Stanley, our leader at John Deere 5010. Nice straight run there for the green broke deer here tonight. And that's Ryan Pollock, Salem, Ohio. Looks like we're going to have Dave Spillman up next here with the Smokin' Ace. Jarek Simmons with the Crushing It, and then Kyle Hawk, the Black River Deer. Our next three coming up here. Once again, make sure you get in your picks, the full pull picks. A lot of different events happening this weekend, so make sure you do get your picks in. Of course, all the classes will be open until that particular class starts. So 319 and 27 right now. 319 and 27 here for Ryan Pollock. And that will put him in the number 2 spot here. So Tim Stanley will continue to lead the way here as we'll bring out the Smokin' Ace tractor.
David Spillman, Bolivar, Ohio. Beautiful tractor as he backs in here. Another 40 series, it looks like.
So Smokin' Ace here, Dave Spillman. All right, slack out of the chain. Here we go. Smokin' Ace. Bolivar, Ohio, Dave Spillman.
Mark to beat continues to be 321 and 26.
All right, so Smokin' Ace, Dave Spillman makes his run here tonight. Classic Super Stock competition. Had to go better than 321.26 to take over that number 1 spot here.
And he does. 325 even. 325 feet even. 325 and 00 for David Spillman. So we have a new leader. That's Smokin' Ace, John Deere, out of Bolivar, Ohio.
Jarek Simmons up here next. Hanoverton, Ohio. Crushing it.
Tell if this is a 1066 or...
Well, we definitely know it's a 66.
It's a 66 series. I don't know if it's a 9 or a 10, but crushing it is what they call it.
In Hanoverton, Ohio. Home to Bill Humphrey. The old 2-wheel drive. The Humpco chassis man. Going to be followed here by Kyle Hawk with the Black River Deer, and then Alan Heasley with the Tin Man. Our next couple tractors coming up here. Once again, working that middle part of the track here on our classic Super Stock competition. Dave Spillman, our new leader here with Smokin' Ace at 325 even.
You can hear that turbo whistling.
Whistling Dixie out
Absolutely.
there,
yeah. Good strong pass for Jarek Simmons, a Hanoverton, Ohio-based international machine. He needed better than 325 even to take the lead from David Spillman.
Yeah, the Deers have kind of showed the way here in this classic super stock class here.
.324 and 11. 324 and 11.
So just like that, we put an international in our top three here.
That's right. He goes number 2 here at 324 and 11. So David Spillman continuing to lead at 325 even. Jarek Simmons into the number 2 spot at 324 and 11. And Tim Stanley currently in the number 3 spot at 321 and 26.
Yeah, good looking ride right here.
Absolutely.
Black River Deer.
Beautiful 50-10 as he heads on track now. The Black River Deer. Kyle Hawk coming to us out of Kensington, Ohio. Beautiful graphic on the side of this 50-10. On deck will be Alan Heasley out of Ravenna, Ohio with the 10-man. And on hold will be Josh Agerter. That's what I'm going with.
That's where you're going. Yeah, that's what I'm going with too.
The Red Edge. Agerter.
And then John Rose, the Slutty Alice.
Alice Chalmers. He'll hook that tractor hooked to anything. That's what she says. I'll hook to anything. Here's that 50-10. Black River Deer, marked to be 325 even. As we are almost halfway through our flight of classic super stock entries here. If you just tuned in, this is the Charlie Swartz Memorial, flight number 1 here tonight on a Friday night at the Stark County Fair. Dan Mayer, Jeremy Krieger along with you. Really started kind of squirrely and
ended up a little bit squirrely here. Yeah, he was doing some driving out there.
Squirrely, straight, and squirrely.
Black River Deer.
Beautiful Black River Deer 50-10. Kyle Hawk doing the driving here tonight. Various levers on this tractor. .315 and 91. 315 and 91. 315 feet 9-1 for the Black River Deer. Now, Dan Mayer, take a look at this.
The Tin Man.
856.
856.
When was the last time you saw one of those?
Yeah, it's been a while.
The Tin Man.
856.
International 856.
Well, you said the rules, everything before 1980.
Pre-1980. So
No MX sheet metal,
no Magnum sheet metal.
Magnums, yeah, that.
So the Tin Man coming to us out of Ravenna, Ohio, to make his pass here. Mr. Alan Heasley doing the driving here tonight. And he's shooting for better than 325 even. Still the lead. David Spillman in the Smoking Ace John Deere currently showing the way. Jarek Simmons is number 2 with 324 and 11 in the Crushing It International. And Tim Stanley in the number 3 position at 321 and 26 in the John Deere 5010 out of Salem, Ohio.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one right here, the Tin Man.
Beautiful tractor and good strong run. He's going to shake things up.
Yeah, 3-time winner here.
Yeah, so a good strong runner with this old International 856. He's going to shake things up. We might have a new leader here.
So 325 even, the mark to beat here. For Alan Heasley. Oh,
no. 323.
The streak is broken.
323 and 97. 323 and 97. Good for the number 3 position. So that's going to push Tim Stanley off the podium. But David Spillman and Jarek Simmons are holding steady. The leader continues to be the Smoking Ace, 325. Even Jarek Simmons in the number 2 spot in the Crushing It machine, 324 and 11. So here's another 1206 International, known as the Red Edge, out of Hanoverton, Ohio. This is Josh Ehrgerter.
The Red Edge.
John Rose will be up next. And that Alice Chalmers, known as the Slutty Alice. And on hold will be Zach Jones and the Survivor out of Freeport, Ohio.
So just over the halfway point here in our Classic Superstock class, Dave Spillman leads the way here with the Smoking Ace John Deere at 325 even. Jarek Simmons sits in the number 2 spot here with Crushing It at 324.11. And we just saw Alan Heasley move into that number 3 spot with the Tin Man tractor at 323.97. Our current top 3 here in Classic Superstock, 7,700 pounds. Nice run right there for Josh Ehrgerter, the Red Edge tractor.
So we'll get the distance for the 1206 Red Edge. Josh Ehrgerter. .323 and 25 323 and 25. 323.25 for Josh Eggerter. Gets him into the number 4 position as we bring up the classic D21 of John Rose out of Homeworth, Ohio, known as the Slutty Alice. And it says on the side shields, I'm not making it up, I'll hook to anything.
Yep.
Here she is. Famous tractor fans, if you've been around pulling for a long time, you know of the old D21 of the Rose family out of Ohio.
Yeah, I do believe we've got a couple of the Alices mixing it up here in our class here tonight. Hook number 11 out of our 17 in our classic super stock class. Going to move that sled over a little bit more towards the left side here.
Who doesn't love a D21?
Absolutely.
Right there.
Check out that helmet.
Yeah, that helmet is very, very skeletal. I like it. Pretty cool looking.
A little Gravedigger-esque.
Yeah, very much so.
A little...
John Rose doing his driving here tonight. The old Slutty Alice. I haven't seen this tractor for many years, but I always used to pull with, up in Gordyville, USA. You'd see him up there in Shipshawana a couple times. So, always a conversation piece for Mr. John Rose.
Yeah, so it looks like 309 and 62 here for the Alice. 309 and 62. And, hats off to all our camera crew out here tonight and all our switchers and everybody working here. Full Pull Live here tonight, putting on a great show.
Yeah, we have it easy. They got the hard stuff here tonight. So
yeah, we just got to talk.
Yeah, we just got to talk and keep you informed on what's going on. They have all the hard work, so they're doing a great job. Thank them for all of their efforts here tonight. So here's Zach Jones, Farmall 856, known as the Survivor, out of Freeport, Ohio. On deck, we're going to Minerva, Ohio for Pipe Dreams with Jason Pitts. And on hold, staying in Minerva, Ohio, the Night Train of David Catlett. Mark to beat continues to be 325 even. David Spillman still hanging on. Jarek Simmons in the number 2 spot, 324 and 11. Number 3 position should be that 10-man, Alan Heasley, 323 and 97. But here comes the Survivor.
Farmall 856 on the start line here.
Oh, this has the potential to be a good one. Good run.
Yeah, going to be knocking on the door here.
Survivor. The 856 Farmall.
We see Rough Ridge cattle on the fender there.
So he needed better than 325 even to take the number 1 spot. So 319 and 58. 319 and 58. 319 feet. 5'8". Zach Jones.
Yeah, another D21 here moving
Beautiful.
to the start line here. Jason Pitts, the Pipe Dreams tractor.
Love to see D21s.
Yeah, keep them coming here.
Absolutely.
Minerva, Ohio, the Pipe Dreams tractor. Going to be followed here by Dave Catlett with the Night Train, and then Hayden Shaw's Haymaker.
Looking
our
like
next
some
three.
light supers there in the background, light limited supers. One of them's an Oliver, it looks like. That'll be fun to talk about in a little bit. But first, the D21.
Hey, we got an Oliver, we got a Deutz, we got some color back there.
When was the last time you saw two D21s in one class?
It's been a while.
I love this.
It's been.
I love this. This is great. I'm enjoying the heck out of it.
Take me back to the, at least the 90s.
Yeah, the early 90s. They were plentiful back then. Not so much now, but so good to see them in the classic super stock here tonight. Here comes that Pipe Dream.
Yeah, nice run right there for Jason Pitts and his Pipe Dream.
Strong running. Now this Chalmers. Again, the mark to beat's 325 even. Not quite sure we got there, but mark the distance here and let you know. On deck, we'll be looking for David Catlett in the Night Train. And then Hayden Shaw in the Haymaker.
So it looks like we're going to move on in here. Another John Deere waiting in the wings. This is going to be the Night Train tractor. Dave Catlett out of Minerva. You can see our top five here. Smoking Ace leading the way at 325 even. Crushing at 324.11. Tin Man in the number 3 spot at 323.97. Put the Red Edge in the number 4 spot here at 323.25. We'll see here if we can get a distance here for Jason Pitts with the Pipe Dreams tractor.
Here comes David Catlett. While we wait for the distance for Jason Pitts, here is David Catlett. Calls it the Night Train.
All right, so we'll get you caught up here. Pull distance for Jason Pitts with the Pipe Dreams. The D21, he went 320.81, 320.81. As Dave Catlett makes his run here tonight with the Night Train John Deere. So we're getting down to it. Just a couple more tractors left to go here. Hayden Shaw with the Haymaker tractor will be up next. Matt Spillman, Shell Shocked, And then Lindsay Rose, our final tractor here, will be the Rumors.
I believe that's the yellow one.
That would be that. That would be the ag construction yellow.
312 and 81. 312 and 81 for David Catlett. So here's your rundown. Smoking Ace. 325 even for David Spillman. The Crushing It Machine, a 324 and 11 for Jarek Simmons. And the number 3 spot is the Tin Man, Alan Heasley, at 323 and 97. The Red Edge of Josh Egerter, 323 and 25 in the number 4 spot. And number 5 is the John Deere 5010 at 321 and 56 of Tim Stanley. So Hayden Shaw bringing out the Haymaker now. 3 tractors to pull in our lineup of Classic Supers here tonight. Session number 1 of the Charlie Swartz Memorial at the Stark County Fair in beautiful Canton, Ohio. Dan Mayer, Jeremy Krieger along with you, bringing you the action on Full Pull Live here tonight. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. Maybe you've been switching back and forth between us and Wasion. But we're glad you're here. We hope you'll be back with us tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern Time for session number 2.
Yeah, I think my good pal Steve Eaton had told me they've got 6 classes over there as well.
Okay.
2 Grand National classes as well as 4 regional classes. As we've got the 3 Grand National classes here in 2 regions, so we've got 5 here. As we've got the Black John Deere here, backing in Hayden Shaw, the Haymaker out of Amsterdam, Ohio. Just a couple more here to go, and Dave Spillman, he's looking good right now. 325 even with the Smoking Ace tractor.
Yeah, he's been dodging some serious bullets. Nobody can have an answer for him so far, but 3 tractors yet to go. And this is Hayden Shaw. Again, immediately following this class, we'll go into our light limited supers to round out the evening. 10 of those answering the call.
Yeah, nice run here for the John Deere. Hayden Shaw with the Haymaker. Going to shake things up here a little bit.
Again, he was searching for 325 even. That's the mark to beat. David Spillman currently in the lead. Jarek Simmons in the number 2 spot, 324 and 11. And Alan Heasley in the number 3 spot, 323 and 97. So we'll see what Hayden Shaw does here. He might shake things up. .321 and 51. 321 and 51. 321 feet, 5-1 for Hayden Shaw. Good for the number 5 position.
Yeah, so we got a new number 5 here, the Haymaker. We'll slide into that number 5 spot here. With just 2 tractors left to go here. Matt Spillman with the Shell Shock tractor here out of Bolivar, Ohio.
I'm pretty sure this is a team tandem tractor to our leader's tractor. The current leader, Smoking Ace.
The Spillmans?
I believe the Spillmans have a team.
And then Lindsay Rose with the Rumors tractor going to be our final word here in our classic super stock class here. Night number 1, Stark County Fairgrounds here in Canton, Ohio.
It's been a fun class to watch. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, got some different color here. Some different model tractors we don't normally see in the bigger classes.
3 D21s, I think, in this class.
Yeah,
and I think there's one more coming.
Yeah, I think we've got one left to go here.
The first is shell-shocked. Matthew Spillman. Last-minute instructions.
Yeah, the Spillman's going to keep it in-house here, or are we going to...
Maybe some team orders. We'll see.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go for the win here.
Yeah, I hope so. Absolutely. And here comes that shell shock now. Mark to beat, 325 even.
Oh, he's got a good one here.
Beautiful pass.
Shell shock, Matt Spillman.
Is it enough
to get past the smoking ace here tonight? Got to go better than 325 even. You can see everybody down
right.
at the scoreboard. They're pointing, they're poking.
Waiting
they're looking
for the distance.
There it is, Jeremy, our third D21 here of the night.
I'm in heaven, Dan Mayer.
This is
give me all of them. I love it. And this is an industrial one, a yellow one.
Oh, there we go.
So Spillman, 1 and 2, 325.90.
By not much, less than a foot, but that's enough.
That's enough to get it done here. So the shell shocked goes up number 1. So Spillman and Spillman. 325.90, and the shell shocked and the smoking ace goes to number 2 here, 325 even. Crushing it goes to the number 3 spot. Tin Man in the number 4 spot, and Red Edge in the number 5 position as we bring up our last competitor in the class.
Sounds like a law firm, Spillman and Spillman.
It does for sure.
So here is the industrial Dallas
D21. Known as Rumors. This is Lindsay Rose. Beautiful piece, fans.
Yeah, 3 G21s here tonight.
That's heaven on a plate.
That is
like just
throwing an industrial yellow one here.
Oh, I'm in heaven. If you love D21s as much as I do, and you do, this is just icing on the cake here tonight. Absolutely. And a yellow one to boot, an industrial yellow, Alice Chalmers color. Calls it Rumors. Of course, the Rose family loves the D21s. We saw John pull his Slutty Alice here a little bit earlier. And now it's Lindsay's turn.
Yeah, right now, Simmons and Simmons, 1 and 2. Or I should say Spillman. Matt in the number 1 spot here, shell shocked. David number 2 here with smoking ace. We got about a foot separating first and second.
And 1 to go here. So Lindsay Rose, fans.
Yeah, she's going to move that sled way over here.
Calls
the
it
left-hand side.
Now, I've not seen this tractor before. I know I've seen her pull the orange one. But this is the industrial Alice Chalmers, known as Rumors. Our last competitor in our flight of 7,700-pound classic supers here tonight. It's been fun to watch. But currently it's Spillman and Spillman at the top of the pile. 325.90, 325 even. We'll see what Lindsay's got up her sleeve here to round out the class. And we'll go into our flight of light limited supers. and call it an evening here. Good ground sweep.
She's driving it. She's driving it.
Good run.
Yeah,
nice
excellent
pass
run here. Yeah.
Rumors. Industrial Alice D21. Lindsay Rose behind the wheel here tonight.
Yeah, they put on a show here tonight. Classic Super Stock, 7,700 pounds. Saw a nice mix of colors and different
Brands,
models.
for sure, absolutely. Things you don't usually see. 856s. Really fun. Enjoyed it quite a bit. And Lindsay made a good run with this Alice Chalmers. $325.90 is the mark to beat. $315 and $52 for Lindsay Rose. $315 and $52. 315 feet, .52 for the Rumors Alice D21 Industrial.
So Bolivar, Ohio, the big winners here tonight. Matt Spillman, our winner. Shell Shock Tractor, $325.90. Number 2 spot, the Smokin' Ace Tractor, $325 even. Crushing it, number 3 here at $324 and $11. Tin Man.
The Spillman brothers grew up and live about 16 minutes away, 12 miles down the road in Bolivar, Ohio. So David Spillman thought he had it with the Smokin' Ace, but then Matt Spillman went out a little later and shell-shocked the field, shell-shocked your brother. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. We kind of got his tractor set up there and had a good pass, so didn't change too much for the setup for the second tractor and laid down a nice run, and just felt good to get that first place. Had a water problem last week at Wellington where it burned it up, so I worked on that thing this week and got it back together. So just happy to make a nice pass, and the tractor's still running, come out with a win. That's awesome.
Well, what we love about Full Pull Live, we get to follow these national competitors. People at home get to see them. But these regional stories, you guys are the ones building your tractors at home, doing these stories. And your family, friends and family, are they watching right now too?
Yeah, I got family in the crowd and a lot of friends, and people watching at home, see how we're doing. But a lot of hometown people just here to check out and see what we do. And I got to thank Carlton Cope and Jeremiah Shipley at Tractor Depot. They help us out with our power plants and tractors in general, just to keep them running, try to keep on top of things. And I got to thank Danny Schmucker for having our class here at the Stark County Fair and all the fair board members. So we're pretty pleased and happy to be here.
Congratulations. Some more tractor pulling now.
All right, so Zach Kramer starting us off here out of Michigan with the Deutz tractor.
Palms, Michigan.
8006 tractor.
Yeah, you don't see Deutz's very often. It's pretty cool to see one. And the only ones I've ever seen are alcohol burners. So this is
you go back to the 80s. The Stauffer family down there out of Pennsylvania had the Deutz's. This tractor originally came out of the state of New York here. Zach got this tractor a couple years back. Been running here Region 2 circuit in our limited light super stock class. So 10 of them here tonight. Dave Seck will be up next year, Carrollton, Ohio, with the Whiskey Bent tractor. And then Mike Monreal going to be doing double duty here this weekend. So it looks like get the distance in here for Zach Kramer, our number 1 hook, our test puller. So 284.16 will get us started. And Zach says, hey, I'm happy with that one. I will take it. So we will roll on through here as Dave Seck comes up here with
another 856.
Yes, here we go. Whiskey Bent. Not Hellbound.
Or is that 656?
It's a little one. 656.
Yeah, 656.
Yeah, this class here takes you back to the early days of the
extreme light supers, like early light supers.
Absolutely, when we used to run, the 686 tractors and 5,500 pounds back years ago before they, went component and
pretty
up
tractor,
to 6,200 pounds. Yeah, beautiful looking tractor.
Whiskey Bent, Carrollton, Ohio. Dave Seck doing the driving here tonight. On deck will be Mike Monreal in Hiram, Ohio-based International 460. Now we're getting into like the Meade County, like Jerry Sipes, and they run the 460s and the 560s. And here comes the 656, marked to beat 284 and 16. Zach Kramer in the number one spot currently.
With the Deutz.
With the Deutz. Diesel burning Deutz. Smoker Deutz. Big wheel stand. Look at him holding it there. Very nice. Well played.
Yeah, that's
a good pass right
good
there.
One right there.
I think he's going to move the chains. There's no doubt about that. That tractor was weighted perfectly. That's what you want to see, fans, right there. $315 and $99 for Dave Seck, so we have a new leader. $315 and $99, the Whiskey Bent International 656 out of Carrollton, Ohio, takes the lead as we get ready for the Hiram, Ohio-based Mike Monreal in the 1957 International 460.
Yeah, here's a name that'll take you back. Of course, the old Bandit Pro Stock days.
You're going way back.
Mike and Dale.
Way back.
And, then after the Pro Stock, Mike used to run the Road Warrior, the 57 Chevy two-wheel drive truck, and then had it modified there for a little bit before he kind of got away from the sport. And good to see him back here running these light limited tractors.
Interesting to see this exhaust here on the side of the side shields.
Yeah, different setup here. Now he's got this tractor here, and then we'll see him out a little bit later on with the Mean Green tractor. Now that is the one that I've seen him run here a few years back.
Love the front wheels on this tractor. Very old school, almost 60s, AA fuel altered sort of magnesium kind of
front wheels on it.
On the front wheels on it. Beautiful. Here we go now. Oh, it's taking him towards that chalk line.
Yeah, over, back.
Pinballing it here.
Yeah,
left to the right.
Straighten it out a little bit here.
So the 460, Mike Monreal. We'll see him out a little bit later with his other tractor. So your lead continues to be Dave Seck, 315 and 99. And Zach Kramer in the number 2 spot currently, 284 and 16. And we'll mark the distance for Mike Monreal for you. There's another Deutz waiting in the wings here. Bring me that Oliver, though. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, we see Mike jump off that tractor, and he'll head back towards the start line here.
284 and 47. 284 and 47. 284 feet 47 for Mike Monreal. Good for the number 2 position. Dave Seck continues to lead. Zach Kramer goes 3 now at 284 and 16. So Philip Metz will be our next competitor, coming to us out of the Keystone State, Bentleyville, PA, with a machine known as Undocumented.
Yeah, good looking. Deutz here.
See Rex Kuhn in the background over there getting ready to load his tractor. Bentleyville, PA. Philip Metz. Chris Moore will be on deck out of Winchester, Ohio with Whistling Dixie. And Mike Monreal will be back with his machine known as Mean Green on hold.
Yeah, right now they're all chasing that Whiskey Bent tractor. Dave Seck way out front here at 3:15 and 99. All right, air-cooled Deutz.
Beautiful tractor.
Here in our light limited super stock competition.
10 of them answering the call. We've pulled 4. $293 and 53. 293 and 53. 293 feet 53 for Philip Metz. Puts him into the number 2 position. So Dave Seck continues to lead. Philip Metz into the number 2 spot now, 293 and 53. Mike Monreal, number 3 currently, 284 and 47. And Zach Kramer in the number 4 spot, 284 and 16.
All right, here, so Chris Moore, Whistling Dixie, Case International MX 270. Comes to us out of Winchester, Ohio. We got Mike Monreal on deck here with the Mean Green, and then Jeff Montgomery, the Busted Knuckles tractor. Next couple to go here.
So Whistling Dixie, he calls it. Putting the neck collar on here. We'll be halfway through our class after this pass here. 5 down, 5 to go.
Yeah, once again, tomorrow we got Countdown to Pull Time show, 5 o'clock. Got some few more guests that we'll have on that Countdown show. And then, of course, 7 o'clock here for session number 2. 3 Grand National classes here, and as well as 2 regional, just like we saw here tonight. Uh-oh. This is a good one here.
real good one.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
This is going to be close. 3:15.99 is our mark to beat. Whiskey Bent. We thought, well, hey, nobody was going to touch that, but just like that, we saw Whistling Dixie come down here. Yeah, looks like we're going to move that leader cone just a little bit. We're going to move it quite a bit here, it looks like.
So you called it, Dan Mayer. New leader, 3:32.19. Chris Moore. And the Whistling Dixie takes it, in the words of Alan Reinhardt, to the top. 3:32.19 for the Whistling Dixie out of Winchester, Ohio.
So there you can go. Our top 5 currently in our light limited super stock class here tonight. Whistling Dixie leads the way, 3:32.19. As we've got Mike Monreal backing up here, his second tractor. This one he calls Mean Green, the Oliver. This one you've been waiting for, Jeremy.
Yes, sir. I'm excited to see this
The
one.
other green.
I think there might be 2. Because the one I saw was a little more green than this one. But I'm excited to see Oliver's, D21s, and this is great, man. I'm loving every bit of this here tonight. So 3:32.19 is the mark to beat.
Oh, yeah, you started to walk a little bit in the back there.
Beautiful tractor, though. Love it.
Yeah, look at Mike all tucked in that roll cage there. Not a lot of room. So just a couple more to go here. Jeff Montgomery with the Busted Knuckles will be up next. George Everett with the Smokeless Alternative. There's a tractor that goes back.
3:06.25 for the Mean Green of Mike Monreal. 3:06.25. 306 feet 25 puts him into the number 3 position. Good run for the Mean Green.
So Frankfort, Indiana up next here as Jeff Montgomery makes his way to the start line. Busted Knuckles, he calls us international. International 766.
There's another one you don't see very often.
Yeah.
766. So 4 tractors to pull, fans, as we bring the session number 1 of the Charlie Swartz Memorial tractor pull to a close here tonight. Boy, it's been a fun one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Jeff Montgomery here. Busted Knuckles. I want to say the last 766 I saw was Leroy Mason.
Wow.
I think that would have to be the...
You're going way back
766.
there. Busted Knuckles, he calls it. Out of the Hoosier State. Mark to beat continues to be 3:32 and 19. Whistling Dixie. Chris Moore shows the way. Dave Seck in the number 2 spot, 3:15 and 99. And Mike Monreal in the number 3 position, 3:06 and 25. But here comes that 7:66. Busted Knuckles.
All right, Jeff Montgomery here with the International, the Busted Knuckles ride. Diesel entry here. About 50-50 mix here with the alcohol tractors, diesel tractors here in this light limited class.
.15, 305 and 15, 305 feet 15 for the Busted Knuckles and Jeff Montgomery.
So the smokeless alternative. Now here's a guy that, well, used to run light supers for so many years.
Right.
George Everett Jr. here. Monrovia, Indiana with this tractor. John Deere 7820.
Great to see some folks who've been in the ranks coming back out and pulling light limited supers again.
Yeah, like you say, ran the big supers for so many years, and there was a time, the mid-90s or so, when really the light super class almost died.
Yeah, it just kind of imploded.
It just kind of went away, and, some of these, like I know Region 2 ran a light super stock class for years, and, this was one of the guys that ran in that class, and, up in Wisconsin, they would run the light supers. That's what kind of kept it alive, and then, finally was brought back to a Grand National class. But yeah, light supers, one of the originals back in 1970 when the NTPA circuit started. They had a 5,000-pound super stock class. So here we go, George Everett.
Smokeless alternative. Mark to beat, 3:32 and 19.
So we're going to back George up here. He'll have one more attempt. Whether it's 300 feet or 50 feet, this is what's going to go down in the record book here for Mr. Everett. Derek McIntyre, the Green Grenade, and then Billy Anderson, our final tractor, with the Haas.
Now he's got her lit. Wheels up.
Yeah, we got a good one here.
Good run for the smokeless alternative. Again, the mark to beat's 3:32 and 19.
Yeah, I think that John Deere's going to shake things up here a little bit.
316.14. 316.14. 316 feet 14 for the smokeless alternative of George Everett Jr. So Whistle and Dixie, 332 and 19, still showing the way. Chris Moore driving. Smokeless alternative, 316.14. George Everett into the number 2 spot. The Whiskey Bent, 315 and 99. Mean Green, 306 and 25. Busted Knuckles in the number 5 spot, 305 and 15.
So here we go. Another Oliver.
There's the Oliver.
There's the Oliver you were looking for. The Green Grenade.
1850 Oliver.
Derek McIntyre, Carrollton, Ohio.
And the only thing we're missing here tonight is a cock shot.
Yeah, we haven't seen
We've got D21s. We've got Olivers. You want the trifecta, bring me one of those.
Haven't seen a Ford either.
You haven't seen a Ford either, yeah, for sure. But really fun to see these 1850s and see the Olivers and the D21s here tonight. You really just don't see them a lot, so it's really exciting to see those here tonight in the light limited supers.
Yeah, we haven't seen a little Alice either, like a 180 or a 190.
Yeah, 210.
Usually pretty popular in this light limited super class. So Derek McIntyre, Carrollton, Ohio. The Green Grenade gets ready to go here.
Second to last competitor in the class, Billy Anderson, and the John Deere will finish us out. But here's that Oliver. Sky high.
Hang on to her.
Maybe just a tick light on the front.
A little bit, yeah. But a lot of times, they don't have a lot of movable weight on these
Right,
tractors.
for sure.
He might have all he's got there out front. Well, we are down to one.
One to go here.
Going to be the John Deere, our final tractor here. Billy Anderson.
So our red one's leading the class. As we await the distance here for the 306 and 22. 306 and 22. 306 feet 22 for Derek McIntyre in the Green Grenade, Oliver. Into the number 5 position for him. And that leaves just one to go, Dan Mayer.
Yeah, Haas. We got the Haas tractor, Billy Anderson, Winchester, Ohio. The John Deere 4055.
Our last competitor in session number 1. The Charlie Swartz Memorial here at the Stark County Fair, Canton, Ohio. You've been a great audience. Thank you for being with us here tonight. Had a lot of fun. Be with us again tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, for session number 2.
So Billy making sure he's lined up nice and square here. His final tractor of the evening here. Just calls it Haas.
40-55. Our last hook of the evening, fans. And just after midnight Eastern time. So just a little over 5 hours to pull 80 some odd hooks.
Oh, the deer do it here.
He might have. He needed better than 3:32 and 19.
Well, he gave it a shot, that's for sure.
Yeah, left
Billy Anderson.
Left it all out there, no question. .326 and 99. 326 and 99. 326 feet 99 for Billy Anderson and the John Deere Haas. Number 2 here tonight. But your winner is going to be Chris Moore in the Whistling Dixie. 332 and 19.
Yeah, real good class here, the light limited supers. As Chris Moore will be our big winner here tonight with Whistling Dixie. Billy Anderson ends up here in the number 2 spot with the John Deere known as Haas. Smokeless Alternative, George Everett in the number 3 spot here at 3:16.14. Whiskey Bet, number 4 spot at 3:15.99. And then the Mean Green round that out our top 5 at 3:06 and 25 here tonight.
The Green Grenade was number 6 here tonight, 3:06 and 22. Busted Knuckles in the number 7 spot, 3:05 and 15. Undocumented, the Deutz, 293 and 53 in the number 8 position. The International 460, 284 and 47 for 9th. And the Deutz 86 that started us off, Zach Kramer, finished 10th.
Oh. All right, we're going to send things down to Chris Devoted in our winner's circle with Chris Moore.
Our final winner of the night, Chris Moore Jr. in the light limited super stock. Congratulations. A lot of tractors bouncing, twisting. How are you able to have that clean run?
Oh, we've got our weight pretty much down anymore, as much as we pull. So this is usually a really good track when we've been here in the past, and usually have a good smooth ride.
So what makes it good? What do you feel in the seat out here?
Oh, it really gets after you and hooks you up right out of the hole and get the front end in the air and going quick. It's a pretty fast track.
You're from Winchester, Ohio. That's what, just a little under 4 hours from here, right? So tell us a little bit about your trips up here, the times you've been here to Canton.
Well, today wasn't as good. So about 15 miles south of Columbus, we blowed a trailer tire, and it took us about an hour or so to cut it off with a grinder so it didn't get an airbag, and come with one tire on the back axle the rest of the way. So hopefully we'll get us a tire in the morning and be ready to head out tomorrow evening.
Well, after all that work to get here, it pays off for Chris Moore Jr. Congratulations to the Whistling Dixie, your winner tonight at Canton. We're going to do it all again tomorrow night. Some races, some winners going to be determined, and some championships crowned. So you got to tune in to Full Pull Live. We're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely, Krista. As we'll be, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. We've got the Countdown to Pull Time show at 5 o'clock. Make sure you tune in for that. As that will conclude tonight's action here from Canton, Ohio. Looks like they're going to have a couple test passes here to finish out the evening, but looks like that will be it for us here tonight. Hope to see you all back here tomorrow night, 7 o'clock start time.
And again, don't forget to get your bets in tomorrow, Full Pull Picks, and check out the odds and make your wagers. And we will be here tomorrow, 5 o'clock, weather permitting. Countdown to pull time. And then 7 o'clock start time, session number 2 of the Charlie Swartz Memorial. It looks like Rex Kuhn's going to make a test pass here. It looks like we're going to stay with him.
Yeah, Rex had some issues there earlier in our light super stock class, and for sure wants to make sure that everything's good to go for tomorrow. Kind of goes against our no practice, no qualifying
right.
that we talk about. But every now and then, like you say, have an issue here.
Yeah, especially if you've got some issues, you need to fix them. So.
Well, Rex has got him sorted out.
Yeah, he's figured it out and just went ahead and backed it out.
Yeah, he's like, let's get out of it here, and got a good run there for tomorrow, hopefully, for Rex. And looks like we may have one more here as Marcus Wedelson's down there in staging lanes with his tractor.
Yep, again, he had some issues too, so make sure he can get his stuff lined out. And Rex figured out what he needed to figure out.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Yeah, we see the guru standing down there with Marcus.
Terry Blackburn kind of standing watch over the gunpowder and lead machine down there. So,
yeah, Rex looks pretty happy there after his run. Scratching his head earlier, and they figured out what that was.
Yeah, it looks like they've got that all lined out now. So,
get a talk with Rex, find out what the issue was on that for tomorrow's show.
So sticking around for test passes, fans. One to go here, it looks like. This will be the Marcus Wedelson machine, Postville, Iowa. The gunpowder and lead. Again, had some gremlins a little bit earlier in the light superstock class. I think he only went around 188 or maybe 200 feet there before there were some issues.
Yeah, if I remember right, this was the one that Marcus was kind of thought he had it shut down there before.
Kind of thought he was out of the throttle before he reached a regulation of 100 feet. But he is going to check things out. Again, no practice in the sport, so it's very rare you see this happening after the classes, but it does happen from time to time. And I've been places where all they do is have test passes. Like you pull late into the evening, anybody wants to make a test pass. Make a test pass.
You know, with championship implications here, you know, with big pull tomorrow night, they want to make sure everything's all, you know, Marcus came into tonight, number 3 in the points, and again, we'll get everything all sorted out for tomorrow.
So pumping up those brakes. Looks like he's going to let her eat here. Give it a full pass. See what it'll do. Or he might line it out and back out of the throttle like Rex did. We'll just have to see here.
Marcus, don't use them up.
Yeah, Marcus appears to have also figured out what was wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're ready. We're ready for tomorrow. Yeah,
absolutely.
Hopefully didn't use them up here tonight, but well, Jeremy Krieger, what a night of pulling we saw here, session number 1.
Absolutely, and lots of questions to answer tomorrow. And another round of really strong pulling tomorrow night. But what a night we started with tonight. Fantastic event. Great tight competition, and I really like those regional classes too. I'm a fan.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a great competition here. We'll see you folks tomorrow, 5 o'clock. We've got the Countdown to Pull Time show, and then we will have 7 o'clock start time for session number 2 here in Canton, as we will crown the champions tomorrow in two-wheel drive as well as light super. So make sure you do join us for that, 7 o'clock Eastern.
Fantastic. Dan, it's been a pleasure and a fun evening.
Absolutely. We'll see you all tomorrow.